Hello everyone, it's Deldine. Welcome back to the sixth live stream in this Kerbal Space Program series. We are back streaming earlier today. We're going to continue where we left off. So right now, as a recap, we currently have multiple missions flying simultaneously. There is the Duna Explorer and the Eve Explorer. They're both up right now. Let's zoom way out so you can get a look at them. We can see their comm signal out there in the distance. So the Duna Explorer is in orbit around Duna successfully. And the Eve Voyager, which will intersect Eve on its next orbit coming around the Sun. We have a lot of other junk. For instance, we have this vehicle, which I'm just going to terminate. There's no crew inside it. Also, this vehicle we can terminate. And this vehicle we can terminate. I'm trying to clean up some of our garbage here. Not so much the debris itself. We've got plenty of debris, don't worry. But there's a lot of just leftover pieces of missions that need to go. The shipwrecks can go. Yep, let's terminate the shipwrecks because they're done. Debris pod can go. KSP Lunar Ranger 2. That one stays. And then Jebel's Capsule and Samlin's Scrap. These have Kerbals in them, so we're not going to terminate those. We're getting ready for our next mission. We've got 2 more Kerbals to rescue. We're trying to fill out our flight roster by rescuing Kerbals from orbit. It's a very economic way to pad out a flight roster. And we've already got a vehicle that is geared up to do it. It's the same lunar rescue vehicle that I flew in the last stream this morning. If you didn't see that, highly recommend you keep watching this stream, but at some point go back and watch that or watch the whole series. I'm going to put them into a playlist in order to make it easy to follow along. But the long and short of it is we are trying to get these 2 guys back. So I'm going to open up this design. So I think it was the Moon Rescue 2. Oh, yeah. But we didn't... Sorry. We saved one, but we didn't save the other. Green J New Origins asks, what are you trying to do? And isn't that the question that we all need to ask ourselves? Today, a couple of things. But right now, we have a contract to rescue 2 Kerbals who are stranded in orbit. Which is an unfortunate situation to find themselves in. So that's what we're doing right now. And then future, we're going to design a little space shuttle for ourselves for some future endeavors. Let's throw a parachute on this bad boy. And a heat shield. And the decoupler. This is all pretty standard. Let's add for... Nope. Here's what we'll do. We'll add the small inline reaction wheel up here. That's fine. Give us a little bit more command authority over the vehicle. And then pop the rocket back on it. Yeah. This should have all the fuel I need to get to and from. We will have a Communitron on board because we're going to need to maintain comms. This will be autonomously flown for the first portion of the mission. And then manually flown back. What else? Power in the form of a pair of solar panels. Yeah, that's about it. There's batteries inboard the module. So that's really all we need there. I'm going to make a slight adjustment to the thrust-to-weight ratio on these solid rocket boosters. We'll bring that down to 76.5% thrust limiter. You have your own channel for Juno New Origins. Oh, very cool, my guy. Yeah, that's primarily what my YouTube channel has been, although I'm on a bit of a KSP kick right now. We'll call this the KSP Moon Rescue 3, because this is the 3rd moon rescue mission we've launched. In fact, some would say our entire space program is basically now just rescue missions. Call ourselves Orbital Salvage and Recovery or something. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad name for a ship, now that I think about it. A couple other things I want to do. We have a space station, but we could expand on it a little bit. And my thought is, you know, if we were to make a big interplanetary ship or a big interplanetary mission, that orbital lab that we have would be a great core module that's already in orbit. And we would just need to add fuel and really just fuel and then places for the crew to be. And then we could take that to Duna on the next available pass. Just a thought. As we get close to unlocking the nuclear rockets and then later on fusion and even antimatter vehicles, that'd be a potential option for the future. Green J New Origins asks, can you see it? Oh, your channel? Not on the live stream, but I'll take a look at it. Sure, I can absolutely take a look at it. I can just click on your username to find it, so no worries there. Let's go ahead and throttle down. I'm going to save my fuel on the core stage a little bit. Keep my thrust rate ratio below 1.7 for this stage. Above 1.5. 1.6 is good. As we get away from the Kerbal Space Center. Boosters collide underneath us. That's part of the plan. Don't worry. This has happened many times before. It'll happen many times again. We're using an old design. Those boosters are just cheap, which is why I like to use them. Keeps the rocket cost down. It just gives me a little bit extra kick so I can use this Bobcat to get the rocket up into space. And we're using the older Mark II command module because we just don't need anything more for this. It's really what it comes down to. I'm a big believer in don't build the biggest, best rocket. Build the cheapest, smallest rocket you can get away with and still get the mission accomplished. So this is a very basic rocket, but it'll get the job done. And I'm all for it. After we rescue these guys, I do have a contract to map 6 asteroids endangering Kerbin with a Sentinel infrared telescope. So we need to launch a telescope. We need to get to a designated orbit around the sun to do it. We have the Sentinel telescope as part of our scanning tech research that we completed. So we're going to go after that here shortly as well. And then my research station Omega up here. We've got a scientist who's been up there for quite some time, and I think she's ready to come down. We might have forgotten about her for over a year and a half, and I think she's ready to take a break. So we're going to launch a mission up there eventually to relieve her and get somebody new in the seat. All right, and this stage is empty. Keeping my thrust low, we're going to time warp a little bit. I'm going to go stability assist, aim slightly below the horizon here. There we go. All right, we are in space. Let's go ahead and deploy the solar panels so we can keep our electric charge up. And I'll roll for the sun. There we go. Now they're nice and exposed, keeping me juiced up on electricity. Let's cut the engines and coast for a little bit. So we're in the coast phase. Go prograde and light the engine max thrust for the orbital insertion burn. Push up just a little bit. Raise our apoapsis. There we go. There's periapsis coming up nicely. And orbit's achieved. All right. Now, I could do a maneuver node for the moon, but I have done enough moon missions that I can just eyeball it with a high degree of accuracy, actually. So what I'm going to do, set as target. And here's a little quick trick for you Kerbal Space Program enjoyers. If you target the moon, it'll show up on your nav ball. And all you got to do to get a moon intercept is be pointing at it when you burn prograde. So there we go. We're pointing at the moon prograde. I've got lots of Delta V in this upper stage. The Cheetah engine is incredibly efficient. Really just love this engine. Love this engine to death. And it's going to get us there. What's its ISP? Does it say the ISP in flight? 355, yeah. Which is quite quite competitive. It's not the most efficient engine, but for the size, like for its weight class, it's very good. So we'll run this mission. We've got our target locked here. And we'll be there relatively shortly. We've got a number of satellites we've deployed at this point. All these satellites represent satellite contracts I've taken on to make money. We've got multiple satellites on the moon doing the same thing. So we've developed a lot as a space program here. Let's throttle down, throttle down. All right, there's our intercept coming up. Now I'm going to right-click on the moon periapsis so I can see it. And I just want to wait until we're at about... That's good. 76 meters, I can adjust from there. We're going to time warp. Check our resources, make sure that our electric charge, fuel, ablator, everything is still where it ought to be. I'm going to time warp up to our intercepts. Oh, slow down, there we go. Here comes the moon, and Samlin and Jebel's scraps are both right there. Now, I see right away, and again, I'm not going to do maneuver nodes for that, because maneuver nodes are for people who don't understand orbital dynamics. And I kind of understand orbital dynamics. So I want to rotate my orbit up a little bit now. Save myself the trouble. We're also going to target one of these scraps. So, what's his orbit? 11,000? He's in there tight. Alright, we're going to do this manually. Flying stick here. I'm both trying to lower my periapsis and make my orbit a little less eccentric. And we can look at our maneuver node, no, here we go. Advanced orbital information, bring my inclination down. I'm doing this early so that I can save on it later. We brought it down, but periapsis is actually a little too low for my liking. Just a little bit. We'll bring it out to 11,000. That's fine. Next, let's get the rest of our orbit squared away in this very low pass. Now, the challenge for this mission is, because I'm autonomous, I have to have a connection to the Kerbal Space Center to fly my probe. But the orbit is so tight, my horizon is very small. And so I'm going to have trouble. There'll be blackout periods that I can already foresee running into. That I'm going to have to contend with. My periapsis is now 10. That's fine. Let's burn radial out. Nope, radial in. We're going to burn radial in. That's going to kind of rotate our orbit. That's the best way I can describe it, and you'll see it when I do it here. By burning directly in or out of the plane, I can rotate my orbit. So you see this blue circle is my orbit. When I burn here, I'm kind of rotating my orbit around. Periapsis is still kind of low, but tolerable. We'll go back to retrograde here. Very, very narrow. Actually, let's go do our plane change. So I need to burn south. Where is it? 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 Shoot. Well, I've missed my anti-normal node. That's fine. We'll burn retrograde. What do I think is better, Juno or KSP? I like them both equally. No, I like them for different things. I like KSP for flying missions. I think flying missions is more fun in KSP. And there's more things to do when you're flying a mission. I don't like KSP's building mechanics at all. The Juno New Origins vehicle editing system is a lot cleaner. It's a lot smoother of an experience. I think it's better overall. So they're better at different things. They're not the same game, you know. They're similar. They're in the same genre, but they're not the same game. It's like saying Call of Duty and Halo are the same. No, they're not, and they're different, and I can like them both for different reasons. If that makes sense. Okay, well, while we approach our descending node, I'm going to find... That's radial out. Where's my freaking... Here we go. That's the normal vector. So I'm going to burn normal to the plane. And what this is going to do is it's going to align my orbit with the other two orbits. And you'll see as I burn here the effect it has. Now, nominally, I would do this entire burn in one go. However, due to the nature of I can't do instantaneous acceleration, and this acceleration has to happen over time, I instead am going to burn it in phases like that. And that actually got us pretty well lined up. Now I need to go retrograde again because that pushed our apoapsis out quite a bit. But I'm going to stability assist here, and I'm going to burn retrograde with a little bit of my vector pointing inwards, and that will help keep me from dropping my periapsis too much. Okay, now we're orbit matched effectively. We're not quite, but we're close. Mood Sabury. I am bad at pronouncing names, so I'm just gonna apologize in advance. Hello, welcome back. We are rescuing Kerbals who are not very good about managing their fuel requirements on missions. So here's Jebel's capsule. We are going to rendezvous with him, and we're going to do that by raising our orbit. Up. So we took all that time to get our orbits matched, but that was just the first stage. The second stage is to actually get the intercept. And I like to match orbit first, especially if I'm doing it manually. If I were doing this with maneuver nodes, I could probably a lot more deliberately plan this out. But because I'm doing this all manually, no maneuver nodes, just eyeballing it and using the indications that the game gives me. I want to match the orbit first, then go for my intercept. So we can see now as we reduce our orbit, and we get closer and closer here, it's getting closer and closer, and eventually it should snap to. Well, maybe not. 14.3 seems to be as much as it wants to give me. We probably need to adjust our orbit a little bit more. We could also brute force it. At this point, we are close enough. We could attempt to brute force. So if I switch to target, and there's my target over there, right? Now, one thing we can do, and this is not recommended for proper mission planning, and I can't do it at all right now because we're in eclipse. There we go. Let me find his vector. So that's right there. So if I cancel out relative velocity for one, and I target right about here. Alright, we're suborbital now, right? Yeah, so we're going to swing into a kind of a high arc here. But what's our intercept end up being? Over here. Not great. Let me go back to retrograde. No, prograde. Hold on, we're finagling our intercept here. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Faster, faster. Just need to go a little bit faster. And as we accelerate, our intersect starts getting closer and closer and closer. And now it's within a reasonable, achievable range. So we're going to come very close to his capsule. We're actually not on an orbital trajectory anymore. This is kind of a hybrid trajectory we're on right now, where if we weren't to maneuver again, we would crash into the surface. However, I've planned this out. Well, plan's a strong word. I have timed this out so that this is happening while I have direct connection to my ship, which means I won't lose contact, basically. Now I can take the target, and we'll lock SAS. I'm going to just burn here to push my vector onto the target. Right there. Now I'm back in orbit. And I am approaching the target vessel. Nice and easy. So we'll come up at him. And we're going to do a flyby, but before we fly by, I'll burn my engines again to slow down. There we go. There we go. All right, so we're now moving 1.7 meters per second. Very, very gradually coming up on this guy. And we will roll here, line up, good. And decelerate. Oops, a little too far, but that's okay. Because Kerbal, who is a scientist, can do the rest himself with his EVA suit. So we'll get out with his EVA suit, have him take off here. And he can board the vehicle. We have not found any engineers. We've only found scientists and pilots. Could I give you a video idea? Sure, I could give you a video idea. Do a rescue mission. You could do it in Juno New Origins pretty easily. Have a guy stranded on Luna, and you have to go land at his location, pick him up, and return him to Drew. That would be your video. I think that'd be decent. So let's go ahead and target Samlin's scrap. Set him as the target. That's our next distress call we need to answer. I'm just going to make a slight change here. We're going to do a slightly more conservative approach here. It's going to take multiple orbits, but you'll see we're moving away from Kerbal's capsule, and we're getting closer to Samlin's capsule. Every orbit, because my orbit is wider than the other two, I'm going slower. I'm making fewer revolutions around the moon than they are, and so they are kind of getting away from me. Kerbal's capsule is getting away from me. And Samlin's scrap, he's getting closer. So we can see them both there. And shortly, we will be very close to Samlin's scrap. And we can pick him up as well. Hopefully he's an engineer, because we need more engineers on our team. We've got like 4 pilots and 3 scientists and 1 engineer, basically. Okay, we're getting very close now. In fact, you can see our intersect here is 7.6 kilometers. Now it's 1.9 kilometers. Okay, so this go around, this is our time to shine right here. And it will be while we are in comms, which is perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to target frame of reference. I'm going to point towards the target here and burn. And that gets an intercept of 0.7 kilometers. And we'll time warp towards it. And we're going to do a series of small correction burns where we accelerate towards the target here. This one takes us out of orbit, but that's okay. Let's go retrograde because we should be... yeah, we will be very close on this intercept here. Here we go. Final approach. And this 15.2 meters per second is all the energy it took to knock us out of orbit because we are so close to the surface here. So we're descending. Kind of coming at this wreck from above, basically. We'll do a little time warp here as we get closer. Oh, that was too much. Let's go retrograde again. We burned a little too fast there. Now we're moving away. That's okay. We can compensate. And that will be enough. All right, so Samlin Kerman over here is another scientist. Scientists are important, everyone. We need scientists. Oh, unfortunately, I have been kicked free of the ship. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I should probably add lights to my rescue vehicle so I don't miss him. Have I ever played Spaceflight Simulator? Yes, I own both the phone and the computer version of the game. I've done a couple videos on it, too. That are on my channel, if you want to check them out. SFS is good. It's great. It's fine. I like all the games in the genre. I have nothing against them. But SFS is definitely not my favorite. It's just the most limited and also kind of cash grabby, in my opinion. It's pretty expensive compared to the other options for what it offers. You know? So, that's my take on it. All right, so we are ready to go for our lunar escape burn. I've got both Kerbals on board, Kerbal and Samlin, and we are accelerating away from the moon. Now we are going to leave the moon opposite the direction of its orbit, which is going to negate all of the velocity and lower our periapsis to Kerbin. And I just want to get it down to... about, well, that's probably close enough. It is free for mobile, but there are a bunch of things that, so there's in-app purchases, one, that are a little silly as far as the pricing goes. And look, I'm not complaining. I have it on mobile, or had it, you know, at some points I've had it downloaded on my phone throughout my life. I don't have major gripes. It's just I find it a little limited. The free version is fine. You can pay to get all the other stuff, which is, you know, fully expands the game. And there's just not a lot there for how much he asks for it. It's Steph Marinia who designed Spaceflight Simulator. I know he's making Spaceflight Simulator 2, which is the 3D version. In the same realm as KSP and Juno New Origins. And that was an explosion worth watching. All right, so our space capsule is coming down with our two newest scientists, Kerbal and Samlin Kerman. Which is great. We have these guys coming down. And the parachute deploys a little early here, so it's going to be a slow descent, but it'll be nice, controlled, safe descent. I think we're in the desert? Where are we landing? Yeah, we're landing in the desert, which means we can do desert science, which is fun. And there we go. Coming down at about 8. We'll jettison the heat shield to lighten the load a little bit. 7. There we go. So, we have gotten them down, and before we recover them real quick, let's get out. Move your helmet, remove your neck ring. Kerbal and Samlin Kerman. Let's plant a flag to commemorate their joining the KSP, the Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal and Samlin Kerman rescue. After a ill-planned mission to the moon. Kerbal and Stanlin both ran out of snacks and fuel while trying to perform an orbital rendezvous with the lunar excursion module and the command module. All is well as they have safely returned to Kerbal. Excellent. So we have that site. Let's take a surface sample. Let's do an EVA report. We will board the vessel, take a crew report, just to get a little science out of this, you know? And then we'll recover their ship. And that's 2 more scientists for our retinue of Kerbals. They've orbited the moon. They've orbited Kerbal. They're somewhat experienced. Not our most senior scientists, but, you know, they're not fresh recruits hired from the Astronaut Center. These guys have been to space before, so they know what they're doing. It looks like my in-game or my stream overlay chat is not updating, so I'm going to make it go away. There we go. We're just going to have the game unfiltered, no overlays. That's fine. All right, so we've recovered those guys, and they've both advanced to level 1, which is great. We now have 723,000 bits to our name, which is good. So let's go to our next mission. We need to observe 6 asteroids that are threatening Kerbal. We're going to do this by flying a Sentinel infrared telescope up into a solar orbit. And hopefully the game does not crash. I'm just going to hold very still and see if it recovers. I clicked out. Oh, there we go. Good. Good. All right, we'll save this. Build a new no. Cancel. Build a new rocket. So with this vehicle, I would like to use the new Probodyne Octo 2. It's very small and it's very flat. But it's got some cool features. Mainly, it can do more advanced... It's like a level 2 pilot, basically. But it needs reaction wheels. So we're going to give it some reaction wheels. We're actually going to give it quite a powerful one. Not so far. Just in slightly. There we go. This is going to be the command portion. We'll also give it some batteries. Right there. And then let's give it... We could do a Science Junior, but I think I'll wait on that. Or maybe we don't do that battery. Maybe we do this battery. Yeah, we do this battery, and then we do these batteries around this battery. There we go. That looks a little better. So that's our power sorted out. Science. Sentinel infrared telescope. This is our guy right here. So he's going to sit on top. That's the telescope itself. It's going to watch out for comets, asteroids, things of that nature. Next, we need the fuel tank and the engine. The engine is going to take the form of 3 of these ant engines. Small, just used for orbital corrections. But they'll give us actually quite a bit of delta V. And really, we don't even need 3 for the thrust-weight ratio of those guys. 2 would be enough. Yeah, that's plenty of delta V. Let's look at delta V just in terms of vacuum for now. I'm going to give it quite a few solar panels. Yeah, that should be good. We'll rotate this down, actually. Rotate these to be upside down so that they're at the very bottom. And then communications, we need an antenna of sorts to keep it in comms. And this is a fully functioning satellite. It's got comms, power generation, fuel. It's got the payload itself. We're not going to put any extra science on it. We're going to keep this relatively cheap. I'm going to scoot that in. Maybe angle this up a little bit. Yeah, like that. I kind of like that look. Alright, next up is the coupling. I'm going to use this decoupler. Maybe not. Maybe I'll use this decoupler. Well, I guess I could... These are all too big. Questions. What do I do? Yeah, we'll go with the decoupler here. That's fine. Payload. The 18.75 will work for us here. Okay, so that's our payload. Clamshell ejection, more ejection force. 3 sides. Alright. Nah, it's just bugged out. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. It's fine. Let's see. Fuel tanks. We'll bring the FLTX 900 with a cheetah. And that alone is really all I need to get it from orbit to whatever orbit I need it in. Or from Kerbal orbit to solar orbit. That's all I need. Then the rest is just getting it off Kerbal. And for this, we'll do the kind of the same setup I've been doing this whole time, which is 2 of these and a Bobcat, which just has the thrust to weight ratio to get us off. But I don't know if it has the thrust to weight ratio that I really need. So when in doubt, well, sorry, it has the thrust to weight ratio, but I'm kind of worried that it will take more delta V to get it out, and that this main stage won't be able to get us close enough to orbit, that the upper stage has to work harder. And in order to avoid all of those concerns, I'm simply going to slap a couple of Thumper solid rocket fuel boosters. If I can get them lined up. There we go. Slap a couple of these bad boys on there. And then we'll throw an aerodynamic nose cone on top. And I unlocked the Sepratron. Where is it? There it is. These guys don't come with their own built-in booster, which is fine. So we can use a Sepratron to kick them free. These Sepratrons will go with the inner stage. The main engine goes with the boosters. Upper stage goes with the upper stage. That goes with that. We'll add a little structural stability, some supports. Probably just the one is all we need to keep it together. Boosters. And we'll call this KSP Overwatch. That's a cool sounding name. But that'll be our Sentinel telescope. Once deployed, it will start observing things beyond the Kerbal system, looking out for all sorts of dangers as they come towards us. We'll take this out to the launch pad. Rotate the Sepratron. No, it's fine. It's fine where it is. It's just going to kick them sideways and free. That's all I need it to do. We'll see how many viewers this stream will get. I had at 1.69 concurrent viewers on my stream earlier this morning. And I guess YouTube just decided, like, hey, peak traffic hour, it's time for you to get a lot of traffic. And recommended my stream to a ton of people, which was awesome. Didn't stay at 69. A lot of people clicked off and left, and then it tapered off. But it was holding around, like, 30 for a while. We'll see how many this stream gets, but I'm really not in it for the views. I'm more just doing it for fun. All right, we're on the launch pad, and we will go ahead and light the engines. And I don't need to burn a whole lot of fuel in my center stage, so I'm going to keep my throttle setting below 50%, right about or below 50% for most of the initial ascent. Let's look at our orbit here. Apoapsis is climbing up. We'll go ahead and lock prograde and start rolling. Start our gravity turn now. Alright, there go the boosters, and they fly nice and cleanly away. Let's throttle all the way up on our center stage and keep the climb up. Now, our Probodyne Octo 2 probe core has given us radial in, radial out, normal, anti-normal, prograde, and retrograde. So I get the big, six as far as vectors go that I can burn in. I think the only one beyond that is target and anti-target that this probe can't do. But this is now as good as Jeb is when it comes to flying. Which is pretty sweet, that this probe core can fly just as well as my best pilot. Don't tell Jeb that. He would get upset if he knew that a computer was flying as well as he could. Alright, we are climbing up now. And we're going to push a little bit to the south here. There we go. Alright, I'm going to throttle way down here. I'm going to use time acceleration. I'm going to throttle way down. Way down. We had a pretty aggressive climb up, but now we're at our target orbit. Our target apoapsis, basically. And I don't need to blow past that, so I'm not going to have my engines running at full speed. Go ahead and deploy the fairing. And deploy the next stage. We'll just go prograde. Periapsis is 34, so we'll do a cruise for the next minute and 51 seconds. Raise our apoapsis with one final burn, just a couple of seconds long. And we are in a stable circular orbit, so now that we're here, let's go ahead and deploy our solar panels. And with that, the ship should now be pretty much self-sufficient. So let's zoom out for a second. We've got it off the ground. But what orbit do we need? 11 million. Okay, so it's interesting. It's not showing me an actual target orbit. It's just showing me the stats. But 11,399, 11,223. So, what's Kerbin's orbit? Well, let's just get out of the system. So I'm going to wait until we are... Whoop, too far. Hold on. There we go. Just there. I'm going to burn at midnight, basically. Burn on the dark side of the planet. Full throttle, 1.84 thrust weight ratio, and climbing on this Cheetah engine. And then we need to get out. Have I tried Simple Planes? Yes, I own Simple Planes. I will say, so Simple Planes was fun before Jundaru released Simple Rockets 2 and now Juno New Origins, right? Because Juno New Origins is just Simple Planes but better. The only thing that Simple Rockets has or doesn't have that Simple Planes does, base game, is combat, right? There's no weapons. Other than that, Simple Rockets is the better game. Ooh, so we are actually burning the wrong direction. We need to be going lower. 11,223, 11,399. So let's time warp out. It's a couple of days to the edge of the system. We're going to lock retrograde. Oh, that's our target right there. Okay. I see. Well, we can go ahead and get down to it. And we can burn radial in. Nope. Radial out. Yep. And rotate our periapsis around here. So I want my periapsis lined up. But we are accidentally encountering Drew. Or not Drew, we're accidentally encountering Kerbal. So never mind, I need to burn radial in now. That's fine. Okay, we'll kick ourselves kind of free of Kerbal here. And this probe is now fully independent from the Kerbal system. Let's go ahead and start object tracking and log observation data. You can transmit this back to Kerbal for some sweet, sweet science. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Do I think that Juno New Origins will be better than Simple Planes 2? Yeah. They're different games. I like rockets generally more than planes. As someone who likes rockets more than planes, I will like the rocket game more than the plane game. If you like planes and you don't like rockets at all, you will not find the rocket game very fun, but you will enjoy the plane game. It's all a matter of taste. They're different, and it depends on your interests. Simple Planes will probably be a better plane simulation, plane flying game than Juno New Origins. That's just, the reality of it. Ooh, okay. Flying on Duna should not be anything like flying on Kerbal, so you might have better luck there. So, we have a tempting opportunity here. Enter the atmosphere of Duna, right? We have a satellite in orbit of Duna right now. So we could do this. We've also got an opportunity to adjust an orbit. We'll always take those. Anything else? No, I'm not going to take that one. Okay, so let's do this. We've got 2 contracts that we should be able to do without launching a new vehicle. Now, KSP Duna atmosphere height. So, Duna's atmosphere is about 50,000 meters. If I were to get to 49,000 meters and have a Paraduna of 49,000, would that be entering the atmosphere for the sake of that contract? If so, I could take the satellite that I already have in orbit of Duna, pop it into the atmosphere real quick, and call that good. Periduna. I don't know what the proper term would be, right? Like Parasynthion and Aposynthion would be the actual apogee, perigee, or apoapsis, periapsis of our actual moon in real life. And the terms technically do change depending on the body you're orbiting. Apoapsis and periapsis are the generic Latin terms for it, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to approach here. We're going to do an orbital plane change maneuver on the satellite for the contract. We just need to burn, I believe this will be anti-normal to complete the contract. A very quick orbital plane change, and this contract should register as complete. There it is. So we've completed one contract just by firing an engine for half a second. Easy money for me. We have the Duna Voyager way over here, which is no longer orbiting Duna. Last time I checked, it was orbiting Duna. Oh, did Ike kick it out of orbit? Mother. All right, gentlemen. This is going to be a little bit more involved than I thought. So, problem. My satellite that was orbiting Duna is no longer orbiting Duna. Which means we need to point it back in the right direction. So, it's close to Duna, which means getting an intercept shouldn't be too hard. And we've got lots of fuel still on board. So I need to do a couple of things. I need to burn prograde, and I need to burn radial out. Actually, I just need to burn towards Duna, is what it'll come down to. Now, this will be an expensive burn. This will be a lot of my fuel. But what I'm doing is I'm getting back into Duna orbit. This is not the easy way to do it, but it is a way to do it. Now, this is my closest approach here. Oh. But if I burn more, specifically if I burn more radial out, there we go. See, I can get that closest point of approach farther back. At least a little bit farther back. Now we burn retrograde. Yeah, here we go. We're closing the gap a little bit. Alright. So I'm just using back of the napkin guesstimations of which direction I need to point the ship. Is this the most efficient thing to do? No. I have a lot of fuel on this, though, so I'm willing to waste some here. There we go. All right, so we're back on track to Duna. I've made a orbital change here. Sorry for not talking, but I had to think for a second. Let's take a maneuver node out here in the future. Okay. Okay. Making a course correction burn here that'll get us back in Duna space. Now this, hopefully, will not take a ton of energy. Oh, too far, too far. Okay, that's about as close as I can get there. 155 with a big plane change. 88. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. 44. That's too close. Let's back it up a little bit. let's take it out to, 200. There we go. All right, 119 meters per second, delta V, 50 days. I don't think I have anything. No. My only 3 long-term flights are all already in progress. How do I see what I'm saying? I've got an overlay that shows me the chat on the stream, on the streamer's side of the YouTube page. It shows me current viewers, how many people are chatting, shows me the live chat, shows me some more technical data like bit rate, all my analytics and stuff. That's on the client side of the streaming service. Okay, so we're going to make this small course change, right? You can see our current course in blue. Our next trajectory is that dashed yellow line. We're going to kind of get locked in on this, and once we're ready, start the burn. Okay, give me an estimate. What's my current periapsis now? 138. That's workable in 35 days. Sweet. So we are back on track to Duna. I still have my upper stage of the satellite to expend, but I think I can get captured by Duna because this is 138. Yeah. I think I can do my capture burn here with my booster stage and then just ditch the booster. Let's lock retrograde. I'm going to consume a little bit of fuel to swing my heading retrograde here. No sticky keys. Please stop. Alright, so that's our orbit. And yeah, it looks like Ike kicked us out, which was very rude of Ike. I'm going to quick save at this point, because the next step is the dangerous one. We are going to lower our periapsis and try and touch Duna. Just barely touch Duna. Okay, that should just touch Duna. Now, hopefully my solar panels survive. We're going to try and just wisp through the atmosphere. Actually might want to boost our orbit up slightly, because kicking that stage dropped it down another 7,000 meters. Uh-oh, we're out of comms. Okay. This is why we quick saved. Well, let's see if we survive this. Oh, here we go. We're back. All right, quick. Course correct. I'm going to burn radial out. Okay. Let's stay radial out, because I'm thinking to minimize drag from my solar panels, I want to keep them kind of flat. Now we'll see if this is complete right here. Then we've touched atmosphere. We've touched atmosphere. Okay, so it counts, which is good to know. All right, now will my ship break up? We're experiencing very little to no drag, so it looks like the answer is no. But while we're here, we are in the upper atmosphere. Let's take some readings, shall we? Can I do a magnetometer report? No, I can't. It's not letting me. That's fine. Oh. Science. Nope, this one. Sweet. All right, we've done the science. We are back out of the atmosphere, it looks like. Yes, we are. So brief pass through Duna's atmosphere. Nothing crazy. I'm going to go prograde again. Because I want to adjust our orbit a little bit. One, I want to get... We'll just get periapsis out from the... out from the planet. We'll start with that. Here's our Duna Explorer spacecraft, and it has done marvelously this day. Let's go ahead and transmit this science data back to Kerbal. Transmit all of that. Yep. I don't know if we've done a near space magnetometer reading of Duna yet, so let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay, we have. That's fine. We've got that as well. We're not going to deorbit. Not this probe. Future missions I have in mind to deorbit or to land on Duna. We'll do that in the future, though. For now, I just want to get my orbit out. I've got these little ant liquid fuel engines that they do actually a wonderful job. For how small they are, they give us a lot of efficiency. And that will do us for our orbit of Duna. And let's extend the magnetometer just for aesthetics. And over there is the booster stage, which I think eventually will re-enter orbit. One day it will eventually re-enter orbit. Is my understanding of it. It will, at some point, come back. Sweet. Actually, we can check on that too and see if it will eventually deorbit itself. Set as target. What's its periapsis? Oh, not quite. It'll stay in orbit. That's fine. We can ignore it for now, though. All right, so that's 2 contracts knocked out and a little bit more science gained from our Duna Explorer. Let's move on to the main course, the main task, which is going to be getting a shuttle. So we have all the components that I believe are necessary to build a small 1.25 meter fuselage space shuttle using the Mark I cockpit and an inline docking clamp that we have available to us. The goal is to have a reusable spacecraft to go up to the research station and swap out crews. That's my idea. And I went to the vehicle assembly building, but I realized we actually need to go to the spaceplane hangar. We need to start in the spaceplane hangar for this mission. So I'm going to do that. Here's my general idea. And I've been doing this already with some of my other rockets, but having side liquid boosters. Let's switch editor real quick. Side liquid rocket boosters on stages, and we're going to do something similar with this. So first off, let's just build the craft. It's going to have a inline, where is it? Is it structural? Robotics? Payload? It's somewhere in here. I know it's somewhere in here. There it is. That guy. Inline clampotron. And then the crew cabin. So this will sit right here and allow us to dock with the station. I'm also going to put a service bay on it, so that we can store whatever various, miscellaneous items that we have. Those can go in there. This can be science payloads or a satellite potentially. We could absolutely deploy like a CubeSat in here as an option. Very small payload area, but it's fine. For our intents and purposes, it's fine. Next, the fuel tanks. So we're going to use the FLT 800 fuel tank, which is the big liquid rocket fuel tank. And then for engines, we're just going to keep it very basic, very simple, with a swivel engine. Now, you might be thinking, there's no way we could make this a space plane, but hear me out. It's in the boosters. So we'll go arrow. Let's throw some big ol' wings on it. I think it's structural wing type A. Nope, too small. I mean, that might actually be the wing I need, but... Alright, let's try it. And then what if we did that and this? Kind of a space shuttle. It's a space shuttle adjacent design that we're going for here. Like that. And then can I do... This is too long, obviously, but is there a alternate? That's kind of too long. And that's too short. This is my major complaint with KSP, is its wing building. Because I have so few options, to make a shape that I want. I don't think that's enough wing, I don't think that's enough wing. We need a little bit more wing for that wing. But I don't love the look of that. I think that's a little too much, Man, I don't know. Because this is just too much right here. I could do this and have two of these. But that feels too long, That's great. KSP 2 is a dead game, though. That they never finished developing, and it's buggy. And I'm not going to fork out a ton of money for something that's unfinished and bad, It's really a tragedy what happened with KSP 2. It really is. It's a tragedy. Like, I hate that for them. Here's one thing we can do. I do have some concerns about stability controls, so we can throw one of those on there. And also, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we do need a monopropellant tank. That's too small. I chose the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to have mirrored symmetry. Dang it. Okay. Redo the wing building. Like that. Alright, so we've got that. Now, here comes the fancy part, right, for our wings. That's right. We're putting them on the sides. And then we'll have elevons out here. I guess I don't have the other type of elevon, so we'll just have to make do. And that really does not want to go on straight, huh? Oh, there we go. Oh, where is it? There's a sweet spot. Alright, so that will have to move. Since it doesn't want to go on perfectly straight, we'll just do something like that. Kind of boxy, but I kind of dig it in a way, you know? I kind of dig it. Let's check center of mass and center of lift. Those are all where they need to be. And as we drain fuel and oxidizer, it goes up forward, but only slightly, which is good. So that is part of the plane design. Now we need the landing gear. So we'll obviously have one central, and we'll need 2 on the wings. And we'll rotate those down into position here. Wouldn't be a very good space shuttle if it couldn't land on wheels, now would it? Alright. Kind of, but, and here's my thought process. I've lowered the wings slightly, right? So just thinking overall mass distribution, by lowering the wings slightly but putting the rudders on top, I'm actually keeping the mass closer to the center, which is why that center of mass is, for the most part, lined up properly. Now let's just worry about all the minor stuff, you know? So our electrical systems will take 2 solar panels. I think wing-mounted solar panels would look cool, so we'll put them on the wings. On the top side of the wings. And scoot those up. And you know, this could fail horribly. So for those who are new to the live stream and to this series, I have it on the hardest difficulty, except I'm allowing reverts, so that in the event of a Kraken moment, you know what I'm talking about, I don't just lose Kerbals, right? Everyone loves the Kraken. And this game is notorious for just having physics bugs every once in a while that are totally outside of your control. So in order to avoid completely rage quitting and giving up, I'm allowing myself reverts under the condition that I, in good faith, am not abusing those for my own mistakes and failures. I'm only using reverts if I believe the game has glitched or broken in such a way that I have lost or died and lost a Kerbal in an unfair situation. So whenever I put a Kerbal in this spacecraft, there's a chance he'll die. Seems fair enough. All the other max difficulty rules apply, so my science and reputation and money gains for contracts are lower. Everything costs more. You'll notice I can unlock stuff, but then I have to purchase it to use it. There's an entry cost for all pieces. Yes, the center of gravity does change when you retract the wheels, because the wheels have mass and you're moving that mass. So that's why that happens. That's not an accident. That's on purpose. Let's see. A couple more functionality things. Drogue chutes. Important. Anything else? I guess a mobility enhancer wouldn't go unwanted here. Well, hold on. Let's get this lined up properly. I guess that's fine. Yeah. I guess that's fine. Honestly, actually, no. I changed my mind about this. This can go away. If I need to get people in and out of the space plane, I'll lower the front gear. Other thing, wing lights. I like wing lights. So we'll add a couple of those. And actually, we'll take this and just kind of fit it in there. There we go. All right. Anything else I want to add? Not really. Maybe a dome light or a spotlight here. And I should have adequate RCS thrusters to maneuver the ship. So I think this is it for the plane itself. Let's take it over to the vertical assembly building. And grab it and rotate it up. So now this is what it'll look like on the stack. This alone is not going to get to orbit. I fully understand that. It's going to need some help in the form of boosters. And we have radial decouplers. So let's see if we can do it without... without the expanded ones. We might need the offset ones just for the size of this, actually. Yeah, we'll use the offset ones. That's fine. Okay. Fuel tanks. We go back to our FLT fuel tank. And we're going to slap a couple of these on. Probably 2 would be enough. And then we're going to put the FLC 1000 on here. Now, this is too big, but we're going to scale it down. Like so. So this vehicle currently costs $23,000. Without the boosters, $18,000. So the whole boost package is $18,000. Which actually helps keep the cost relatively low. For the boosters, these Kodiaks are actually slightly cheaper than the swivel. They're no gimbal, but they do provide a lot of thrust. And let's see what that gets us. Off the launch pad, 1.89 thrust weight ratio, which is pretty good. Now, 2957 meters per second, probably not enough to get us into orbit. This is where my sneaky little tricks come in. So now it's 3220. That should just barely get us into orbit. Just barely. One thing we can do, we're going to test flight this. And when I say test flight, it's just going to be... It's going to be Jeb and nobody else. Honestly, no, we're not even going to fly Jeb. We're going to fly our new pilot, Eileen. Eileen's going to fly this. And we're going to try and take this up. We'll call this the KSP. Give me a bird. Give me a bird. Give me a good bird. Falcon Shuttle. Nah, Falcon's already been used by SpaceX. Eagle Shuttle. Sure. Yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. Let's look at our center of mass real quick. And our center of thrust. Those are pretty close to lined up. Those are lined up close enough. I don't think we'll have any control issues on ascent. We may have some control issues in flight, like once the boosters are gone, but it should be fine. It should be fine. Let's look at center of drag, center of mass. Yeah, that's way back there. That's fine. I think it's good to go. Some things we could do is add some cargo. For a mission like this, it would not be a bad idea to have on board repair kits. So I'm going to go ahead and throw some repair kits in here. And have those available. Let's see. Is there anything else we want to throw on? Any other engines? Any other systems? Fail safes? Nah, it's fine. It's fine. The only other thing I could think of is we could throw a decoupler on the cockpit and a parachute on the cockpit and basically have an abort. But nah, it's fine. We've got repair kits on board for any in-flight issues. We don't have an engineer, but, you know, who really needs an... We don't need an engineer for this. Let's take it to the launch pad and see if it flies. I like the look of it overall. I'm not calling it the Pigeon. Pigeon's actually not a terrible name for a shuttle. It's small, right? It's a small shuttle. Pigeon's a small bird. You know, definitely not a raptor or a bird of prey. It's not invoking fear. Who's saying that? All right, let's see how she flies. She looks good on the launch pad. Eileen doesn't know what she's getting into, really. SAS is on. Liftoff. We're going to immediately roll. And then we're going to pitch down. And I'm going to conserve some fuel by throttling down here. Okay, so far so good. It's controllable. Some interesting roll issues I'm seeing as we fly, but nothing that can't be overcome. Let's throttle down some more. Really push this down a little bit. Okay. Let's just see if we can get it into orbit. If we can't get it into orbit, then Eileen has done us all a favor by proving that this was a bad idea. But actually, looking at our Delta V as we climb, it looks promising that we'll be able to get it into orbit. Like, I like our odds here. And she looks to be stable. We are on track for orbit. I'm going to throttle down some more. Our target is 150 meters. We could have probably throttled down earlier. Alright, clean booster separation. It's just the shuttle flying now on its own power. 13,000 more Delta V, or 1,300 more Delta V. It looks okay. It actually looks okay. I guess one thing we could do is we could extend this fuel tank a little bit. Otherwise, though, seems to be flying just fine. Keep it in a very low thrust mode here. I should be able to retract these solar panels, which is why I chose them. Yeah, I mean, this will get to orbit. Okay, so problem number 2. Right? We're out of the atmosphere. Let's go ahead and extend our solar panels. And extend our antenna. So this is the shuttle kind of in its deployed configuration. Eileen's doing a great job piloting it so far. And the stability control system seems to have no issues with the weight distribution on the vehicle, which is also a good sign. What do I think is harder, JNO or KSP? KSP, because you can't control your parts as easily. You have to kind of make compromises. You're forced to use a fuel tank of a specific size. When I like getting really nitty-gritty with the designs. KSP is easier to fly. It is a smaller scale solar system than Juno's. So the Delta V requirements are all easier. But that's just a difference, right? So here's the challenge, and where Eileen will probably die. And if Eileen dies to this, we're gonna revert, because this is a test. This is purely a test to see if the vehicle is feasible, right? So we got up with 289 meters per second of delta V. That's not a ton. We can utilize our RCS thrusters. We'll call this the orbital maneuvering system. To make changes to our orbit. But here's the challenge, right? And we'll attempt this on the next go round. Or we'll actually sit in orbit for a little bit here, because the Kerbal Space Center is about to be shrouded in darkness. But we need to re-enter, and there's no heat shields on this. You know, so the space shuttle, the whole bottom of it was lined with heat shield tiles. SpaceX's Starship has heat shield tiles to survive the rigors of orbital reentry, right? There aren't heat shield tiles that I can just apply to a spacecraft in KSP. Not in the same way. So I'm going to have to really learn how to deorbit this thing. Let's retract the solar panels, retract the solar panels, retract the antenna, because they're going to get ripped off. Let's go retrograde. And we're going to lower our periapsis with our RCS thrusters. Do aero brake. Well, that is what every reentry effectively is, mind you. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to get a very, very, very low orbit. Right, so let's get down to like 75. Yeah. That'll do. 73. We'll come around to the other side. Still pointing retrograde. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Use my RCS thrusters here to kind of deorbit us. Not deorbit us quite yet, but we're going to get our orbit pretty low with our orbital maneuvering thrusters here. And then we're going to just barely get our orbit inside of the atmosphere. We'll get it down to like 60. Or 65 even. Very low. So that we'll basically be orbiting inside the atmosphere, and we're just going to have to brake very, very slowly. That's the goal here. I want to take it nice and slow. And we're going to quick save before we actually go for the re-entry, because I want to make multiple attempts at this to figure out where the sweet spot is. Because I don't fly shuttles very often. They're challenging to fly. So it's very tempting to avoid it. But I like a challenge. So we're going to do this in a very cautious manner. Right? So that's about as low of an orbit as I can get. We'll do a quick save. I'm going to wait for the Kerbal Space Center to come back around in view. There it is. Okay. So on this next orbit, we'll deorbit here. And I'm also going to practice different ranges at which I want to deorbit. We'll save again. Quick save 7. That's fine. Oops, too far. All right, we'll use the RCS thrusters to raise my orbit here. We'll start at 60 and we'll work our way down. Okay, RCS off. Oh, I still have RCS mode on. I was like, why is it not letting me turn? Actually, we need to add some batteries to this thing. My little RCS thrusters are starting to get real hot from all this burning. Okay, let's time warp till we hit atmosphere. Don't mind the camera. There we go. Okay, so we have our plane. And I'm going to pitch it up. We're going to come in kind of a high angle of attack. Right about there. We're out of electric charge. So I need batteries or some better power generation. I could have left my solar panels on for longer, but that's fine. Okay, hold on. This is starting to get very annoying. So we're going to do what the space shuttle did, which is a series of arching turns. So we're going to orient like this. And our apoapsis is dropping. So we are decelerating just slowly. Alright, angle like this. Oh yeah, we're coming under force now. Our velocity's not changing a ton. We're definitely suborbital velocity, 2100, so we're below orbital velocity. We are starting to slow down. Alright, let's pancake. Let's go flat. Highest cross-section of drag we can generate. Start really decelerating here. Because we may be light enough and with enough drag, kind of like a parachute, right? We've got enough drag going for us here that we can kind of just flop, belly flop through the atmosphere. That's the theory. Alright, we're back down into like a flying frame of reference now. We're properly suborbital. 90 degrees, yeah, 90-degree angle of attack is pretty aggressive. But I want to try and really avoid that re-entry heat. So slowing down up here where the atmosphere is thin, and then kind of keeping a high angle of attack. That's the goal. And we've slowed down quite a bit, but we're actually still moving very quickly. We're about to run out of RCS. I'm just going to turn that off. That's annoying me. Of course, the RCS was pretty much the only thing holding our attitude. So maybe we turn SAS off and we just manually use RCS. I mean, so, okay, we're starting to take the heat now, right? Like, you can see the crew cabin's getting hot. And that's the last of our modern propellants. So this is getting hot. Which isn't a huge surprise because it's the front of the ship as it hits the air. And now we're starting to take that re-entry effect. I don't know if I can control flight quite yet. No, not really. Not well, at least. I would say I do not have flight control. Let's just see if we can get through this reheating, or re-entry heating, right? This is the most dangerous part, but if I can get through this, we're starting to get some heat warnings on components. Okay, I'm starting to be able to control my roll a little bit. Nothing's exploded yet. I'm getting heat warnings, but they're just flashing. And this tumbling seems to be distributing the heat in such a way that it's not overcoming anything. We're almost down to 1,000, which is the kind of the worst of it. I think we've survived. It appears we have survived. Now, here's the other problem. Is that this design may just break. We'll see how it glides, but she may not glide super well. I bet she does not have a great turning radius. We could put canards on it. Yeah, flying is a strong word. She's not really flying right now. She's darting. Okay. Yeah, so we've got some work to do. No, I don't really mess around too much with rotary wing. Not really. Let's go vehicle assembly. So we've learned some lessons. One, we can survive the re-entry. We just need to be very gentle with it, and a very shallow entry approach is what we need. That we can do. But there's a couple other issues we need to address. One, the weight distribution. So I'm going to take these off. Let's make it a sub-assembly. Liquid booster. Let's go to our plane editor. There we go. All right, so this is the plane. Let's see. How can we make this better? So center of mass versus center of lift, right? With the engines fully burnt out, the center of lift and center of mass are just too far apart. So we can scoot these forward, one. Get them closer together. can also reposition this. That's option 1. Option 2 is we add weight to the front of the vehicle. And then I guess option 3 is we add more control surfaces. Right? When in doubt, add another set of elevators. Yes, that's what we're doing. We're moving the center of lift forward, center of gravity back. We can make it heavier back here. Because the problem, like, early launch, this is close enough. But end of launch, it's too far back here. Would swapping the order of these help? Maybe? Maybe. Not quite. I guess the other option is we can also add more fuel tank. I already thought I was going to have to do this, so that would help a little bit, because when this is empty and this is empty, that's a little closer, but still probably too far back. Other option is canards. Or actually, hold on. Let's strip this all off for a second. Or we flip these around. I wonder if that docking clamp is heavier. Maybe. I don't know if that really changed anything. I mean, the rocket engine's back here. Yeah, but we just don't have a whole lot of space to add the canards. That's the other thing. I guess one option is I could shorten the wings altogether, right? So we have these, but what if we just ditched that? So we just had less wing. Right? Do we have a good canard? We have the Aviate winglet. I thought there was a canard piece. There's the deluxe winglet. What about just basic fins? Oh, wow, that really brings that up, huh? That actually brings it up too far. Too far. Well, why do these have such terrible center of lift properties? Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's go back to this. Like that. Real quick, make a slight adjustment to these. And then add the winglets. I mean, that already seemed to help. But I think a little bit more would help. A little bit more. Or we take this way back here. Maybe not that far back. Maybe partially back. Choose a good medium ground here. Then we add the winglets. My only problem with the winglets is I think they look silly. I thought we had a canard part. Does this look dumb? It's too big. The basic fin might be the answer. The answer nobody wanted, but everybody got. Because that seems to fix it, right? That seems to fix it. Can we do flat? We can. Well, now why is it... Hold on. Excuse me? Excuse me, game? What are you trying to pull here? All right, hold on. Let's see if the game's just tweaking. Here's what we can do. Let's launch it as is. Reverse the wingtips. Oh, okay, got it. Well, its center of drag is what we care about for stability. To be clear, it's center of drag. Because it's aerodynamic drag, the force of drag across the body creates a moment that will self-right so that the center of drag is always pulling on the rear. Let's see if this works, though. Let's just fly it. Again, test flight. Is this controllable? I mean, this seems controllable. That was a simulation. That was not an actual real flight. We were just simulating things here. Do we try it as part of the full stack now? I think it's time to try it as part of the full stack. So let's go back to this vehicle editor. We've made the modifications. Start retracted. Start retracted. Yeah, everything else should be good to go. Let's go sub-assemblies. So we don't have to rebuild this. We can just have it ready to go. And then, for good measure, we didn't do this earlier, but for good measure, let's add some structural points. I think attachments to the wing. Oh, it doesn't like that? Okay, attachments to the fuselage then. There we go. Yep, I agree. It's time to launch. Launch it. We gave it a little bit more fuel too. So I think that will help us with quando si dice light operational bandwidth. I don't know. I don't know the jargony term for it. It'll let us go farther and do more in orbit. Let's see how she does. If this works, and if I'm able to launch and recover it, then we'll do a manned mission next. All right, we got engines, separation, drogue chutes. That's about all there is for staging. Go ahead and roll. And pitch down. Jebediah is flying this mission. He's a little bit more experienced as a pilot. Okay. I'm gonna have to keep throttling down too. Alright, so far so good on this launch. That's about what I'm aiming for. We started off a little higher. Because we started off a little higher, I'm going a little lower now. These are transferring, right? Yeah, arrows are pointing the right direction. No vacuum engines. The swivel is kind of a vacuum engine. The swivel is a multi-purpose engine. Alright, real light thrust weight ratio. Why is this not draining? What's this fuel tank at? This tank's empty. This tank's full. But this tank's empty. Why is that? Why is that the case? I'm confused. This shouldn't be happening the way it is. I should have ditched these boosters a long time ago. Revert. Something was funky about that. No. Something was funky about that. Those boosters should run out of fuel a lot faster than my main stage. Because they are giving the main... Basically, these two little lines here are giving the main stage fuel. Maybe I just need to reconnect it. Maybe connect it lower. Like that. I don't know. That was weird. Let's relaunch. It didn't seem like they were, because that center stage was completely empty. Normally, the center stage would be completely full. Clocky Work, welcome to the live stream. Thanks for chatting. Yeah, so I'm a little confused what the issue was there. Since I attached it as a sub-assembly, it may have glitched out. It's possible. That's my only thought as to why that was behaving weird. Is that I used it as a sub-assembly instead of manually attaching it. We'll be able to tell relatively quickly if the issue repeats itself here. Oh, hold on. Revert to launch. That could be it. I also did not check my staging. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm sorry, Scott Manley. I didn't do it. You said to do it, and I forgot. Oh, man. Now we have to revert again. It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. This guy should be down here. All right, we're also going to change our flight orientation. I'm going to launch upside down. That's a little bit more consistent with the U.S. Space Shuttle, where it flies belly up, basically. Oh, it's because I'm a big stupid idiot. No, 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 no. Da 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 da. I'm dumb. I found the problem. I found the problem. All right, you guys have 15 seconds. I'm not going to fix the problem, but I'm going to give you guys 15 seconds to figure out why this center stage keeps being empty and draining so fast. All right. Got any ideas? Because I figured it out. Let's see if everyone else can figure out why, even with these fuel lines, this center stage was empty. 3, 2, 1. It's because I never filled it back up. Ta-da! Problem solved. Yeah, it's because I never filled it up. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, but that is not the correct answer for the question asked. Right horse, wrong barn. It's because I never put fuel in it. The correct answer is because I forgot to put the fuel in the stage. Oops. Oops is the motto for this space program, let me tell you. So that's a mistake. What's surprising, though, is with those two boosters, the way we were set up, we were almost going to get to orbit anyway. All right, full throttle. And line it up. Start pitching over early. And get aligned with an eastern vector as best as we can now. And throttle down. All right, now because I've made so many mistakes, I'm making more mistakes. And it starts to hurt. It's starting to hurt, guys. Yeah. Put some reactions in the chat. That'll make me feel better. All right. Game time, everybody. Focus. It's time to focus. All right, we need to focus here. No more clowning around. No more goofing off. Side-mounted boosters are great. All right, you take that back. You don't even know what you're talking about. These boosters are phenomenal once you set them up properly. And it's the setting them up properly bit that I'm struggling with right here. Okay, SAS on, throttle up. Staging is correct. Go! Roll! Pitch. Everything is going properly this time. All right. Everybody, listen up. The chat is lagging a little bit. There is latency on the stream. That is true. My responses to you guys are delayed by about 30 to 45 seconds. So it's not the stream lag. It's just the buffering that YouTube does on the back end to prevent drops and latency and stuff like that. I could put it on ultra low latency, but that would require me to have a lot more confidence in my internet connection and YouTube's servers. And I don't have a lot of confidence in those, so I'm not. Alright, it's pretty vertical for a launch profile. Let's start pitching over a little bit. Not that much. Flip. Light. Caught it. Jebediah is an expert pilot, and he knows what he's doing. All right, so we're gonna lose a little bit of efficiency there in the flight because we had to boost a little hard to compensate for that little mistake, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm learning how to fly this, all right? This is a new design. It's a unique design. It's got unique flight challenges that need to be overcome. It's going to take some practice to get used to this. All right, booster separation time. There they go. Try and compensate. We're a little off the equator here. I'm trying to compensate by burning off here. Let's look at my inclination. Inclination looks good now. That about fixed it. Let's go back to a pro-grade burn. Because of that flip, how long do I plan on using this shuttle? Whenever the opportunity arises to use it, I think I will. At least until we start unlocking the silly sciences, we'll use the shuttle. Whenever I need to get Kerbals from the surface of Kerbin to low Kerbin orbit, so that's primarily going to be servicing the space station I built. Right? That's the primary purpose of this. So swapping out crews on the space station is its main job. Because of that flip, I lost a lot of energy, and I think that's going to cut into my budget. We'll get into orbit at this point. I'm pretty confident in that. But I don't think we're going to have the fuel. Because of that whoopsie doodle in flight there, we're not going to have the fuel to do much more than just be in orbit and get back from orbit. But that's okay, because all this mission is testing re-entry profile. Yeah, it reduced my speed a ton. And then I had to burn more fuel to gain that speed back. So we'll probably get in orbit. I think we'll probably get in orbit. We got 700 meters per second at delta V left in the tank. We're already at 85 kilometers. And holding. If I really wanted to, I could go to docking mode and get out and push with these docking thrusters, which I realized because I messed with the wings, my other docking thrusters were on the wingtips, so those are gone now. But that's okay, because we can actually reposition these. Let's see, will it get into orbit, yes or no? I think yes. I think the answer is yes. Just barely. Yeah, it got into orbit all right. Good job, Jeb, for recovering that. We're going to have to use monopropellant for the rest of the mission because we have nothing else. All right, so that is the flight, right? And we've got our little cargo bay, very small cargo bay, but we could do like a CubeSat in here if we wanted to. Yeah, orbital velocity is about 2250-ish. Yeah, we have Nothing. We have nothing in the tank right now. We'll just... That's how much fuel we had in the tank right there. That little burst. What's cool about this design, though, is... You know, I've got this inline clampetron, which this part right here is what made me want to build this whole thing. Because I like the idea of this little docking clamp here. And we do have all these cool interior spaces in the ship, right? So we've got our cockpit, obviously. Here, let's rotate this. There we go. We've got our crew spaces in here. The cockpit, and it actually has, if you look, a little docking control station, so that if we were docking and we were controlling from here, which we can do, if I go stability assist, control from here, now the docking port is my center of reference, which makes docking a little easier. But we'll control from up here. There we go. We'll go ahead and close this up. We're not going to use it. This is a good flight test, right? Test all the hydraulics. And just let the solar panels soak up some rays. So we'll fly for a little bit. We'll make a couple of revolutions. Oh, we need to put some batteries in this too. I need to add batteries to the design. The real test is going to be how well it re-enters. And when I should start setting up for a re-entry. So let's go prograde. Start bringing our orbit down a little bit. So I'm using these RCS thrusters. Since I don't have any other fuel, we're going to use the RCS thrusters to control. Aha! Great question. With what fuel? We do have fuel on board. We can, in fact, adjust our orbit. It just takes a little bit longer. But we have the RCS thrusters. And these are basically our orbital maneuvering thrusters. What does the space station look like? We'll swap to it here in a second. We actually need to swap to it. It's Research Station Omega, which is right here. This is our target orbit to get with this vehicle. It is a... It's just the one module. It's the orbital lab. And there's nothing else to it. Okay. That's 68. Let's get it down to 60 flat. And we're basically testing to see how much re-entry abuse this thing can take. About there. Okay. So just under 60 kilometers. Honestly, let's bring it down a little lower. Let's bring it down to 55. There we go. We'll fold this up. We'll keep the solar panels out to the last second because I want to keep the batteries charged. So basically, once we hit atmosphere, I'll bring them in. Turn RCS off. And turn off docking mode. I'm going to use just my gyroscopes here. We're going to belly flop. For about as long as we can hold it, we're going to do the belly flop. I'm going to do this manually. Never mind. Manual is hard. We're going to do this with SAS. And we are encountering atmospheric drag that's starting to slow us down. Let's come out of time warp. Periapsis is dropping to 20 kilometers already. So this will be a more aggressive reentry. This may cause Jebediah to die. That's what this is. This is a test. It's only a test. But I want to conserve my monoprop until the later stages. So we'll let the batteries run down on our reaction control wheels here. And then as that runs out, we of course lose control of the ship for no apparent reason. We only have the nose group of RCS, which is not great. We only have this one tank of monoprop. So RCS is a limited resource here. We are certainly reheating faster. Those nose canards are getting hot. They're getting hot. They're getting hot. That one's gonna... Oh, almost exploded. Almost exploded. Almost exploded. Nose down is not the orientation I want. Nose up, nose up, nose up. Okay, we lost a canard. That thud scared me a little bit. Lost a second canard. Okay, now the nose is taking the brunt of the heating. That's where Jebediah is. Yeah. Canard heating. I think the rest of the craft is slowing down all right. And not taking too much heating effects. My RCS thrusters just don't have the authority, the command authority to like really flip this. So we're going to try doing this. Nope. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. All right, those are the RCS thrusters gone. Now it's the command module. We're flying right over the Kerbal Space Center. Actually, if we could have braked farther back there, we could really come in for a decent landing here. Overshoot. That's, you know, this is part of, again, part of the process here is figuring out when to start the reentry, figuring out how to keep the vehicle from overheating. All that is part of the process here. Looks like center of gravity is still too far forward. Yeah, and with the canards gone, I've got nothing. Okay. Back to vehicle assembly. We're gonna work on this a little bit more. So, one thing I can correct right away is we lost the RCS thrusters in the rear. I can re-add those. That's an easy thing to correct. So we're gonna do that. Also, I can move these RCS thrusters back. More like right there. And then add their reciprocals right there. So we've got the correct number of RCS thrusters, which should give us enough command authority of the craft. That's step one. There is no front heat shield. There is no heat shield. That's the challenge, right? Is in my thermal options here, I've got these heat shields, and that's it. right? So limited in my options there. Um, and that's still not actually true. Because this is center of lift. And yeah, I get it. These canards are there. No, I'm not going to do that. What you're thinking of is not in the spirit of what I'm trying to do. One thing I can do is add some more battery. And that can take up a little bit of the cargo bay space, but it will sit in there nicely. And it will give me enough charge to run my reaction control wheels for most of the flight at that point. I don't think there's anything else that really needs to be added. Let's try it again. This is the iterative design process, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bread and butter of what it means to be an engineer. Is we make some tweaks and we see if that works. Because I think really what killed us was I wasn't able to keep the nose up. If I could keep the nose up better and keep control of the vehicle during that descent phase better, then we would be okay. So giving us more battery to keep our reaction control wheels charged and giving us more RCS authority is going to make the difference there. Because we had enough fuel, we just didn't have the authority that we needed. I didn't die. Well, you know, it depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Let's go ahead and take off. Same as before, rotate, correct the rotation, and pitch up. And maybe we'll test docking with the station if this goes well. So far, it appears to be going well. Let's go ahead and go prograde. Lower my TWR a little bit more. So far, so good. We're a little off of the equator here, which I'm going to compensate for by burning slightly south. There we go. Our inclination is still creeping up slowly, so I'm just going to have to keep compensating by pitching or yawing to the south, yawing left here. That seems to keep it under control. All right. Keeping right at about that 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. We're going to have booster separation here in a second, as these two boosters run out of fuel. Booster separation. We'll throttle up on our main engine. If I had a more efficient main engine, then this would go a little smoother. Oh, as far as latency, I cannot change that once the stream starts. So that's like a basic stream setting, and I've already got it on low latency. Normal latency is like a minute, and basically if it's normal latency, then I'm ignoring you guys. Low latency, I can chat with you guys, but it's kind of back and forth a little bit. Ultra low latency is more like I can read chat directly. It's just different. I don't have like a chat delay setting that I can directly adjust, you know. Okay, we're up. Everything's looking good so far on the vehicle. The ascent is really not too bad on this. We've had no issues so far on ascent. It's all the descent profile that's kicking our butt here. That's okay. We're learning. So apoapsis is up at 100 right now. Again, our ultimate goal is to dock with this station over here. So that's our target orbit all the way up above me. And just like a nice low throttle burn here. I guess we can really start to push this out a little bit. One G of acceleration. The vehicle's holding attitude perfectly, which is good to see. Not too far off. I'm a little off. Let's go normal. Turn docking mode on. Okay, that'll do. Make a little correction here. All right, RCS off, prograde again. All right, so we have 411 meters per second of delta V. Is that enough to circularize? Maybe. Yeah, probably. We're close to orbital velocity. Should be enough to circularize and get us back. And it appears to be the case that it is. Awesome. So we have 200 meters per second left in the tank. That's a pretty nominal launch profile. Let's go ahead and set up the vehicle for orbital operations. So deploy solar panels, deploy communications array. And she is now ready to go orbital, right? Turn on the lights. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so let's look at our station. We are ahead of it, but only slightly. So if I turn RCS on again, go docking mode. Let's lower our periapsis just a little bit. Now, in a couple of hours, we will have caught up. Let's time warp here. Slowly catching up. Let me come back around here and adjust this again. Okay, there we go. A couple more revolutions. We're catching up with the station. We are slowly catching up with the station here. Going around and around and around we go. We are gaining on it, so the station is getting closer, which is what we want to see. See, it's closer now. Now it's really close. All right. So here's an intersect opportunity. Right, and as we come around here, it's just ahead of us now, interestingly enough. Or it's still just ahead of us, but it's only barely ahead of us. So what we're going to do is we're going to raise our periapsis now. And we can see this other intersect coming up. Three, two, one. That's an intersect with the station right there. That's our point of intercept right there. Okay, so we are good enough to dock at this point. And you guys will all get a chance to see my beautiful orbital laboratory. Let's switch to target frame of reference. Pointing prograde now. Okay, so now we're drifting. And there we are. Okay, we're going to fold in the antenna. We're going to fold in the solar sails, set the ship up for a docking maneuver. And start decelerating. We need to shed 10 meters per second of speed off. All of this is going to be using the RCS thrusters. And this is looking pretty good overall. Coasting in here. Nice and easy. The only challenge is we can't land it. If only we could land it, then it would be awesome. Oh, we're getting real close here. 170. This will be screenshot worthy here in a second. Now, one of the pros to the station is it's got a ton of RCS monopropellant. And so I can top up my monopropellant tanks because I'm going to use that monopropellant to control the ship during re-entry. Fill it up. I know it's going to double as both a gas station and an actual mission. And we've lined ourselves up quite nicely, actually. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to kill my velocity. There we go. We're going to control it from here. And I'm going to, with docking mode off, well, I guess with docking mode on, but we're going to enable rotation. There is the target, right? Now let's turn RCS on. And start moving towards it. And this should be a nice, easy dock. Let's brake a little bit. I think we're good. I think it's good. I think it's a good dock. It's a good dock, everybody. Look at that. So we have docked with the orbital station. You can see it's got a large monopropellant tank there on the back. So, one, we've demonstrated that we can get to and from the station, that's awesome in its own right. Let's see how the station is doing up here. We should probably have her actually do research. I guess she hasn't been doing research this whole time. Let's go ahead and transfer monopropellant. Top off our tanks. We will have to send up a refueling ship every once in a while. And that might be part of it, is we send up a ship that's just carrying monopropellant to top off this tank. Obviously, it has additional tanks here. These kind of ancillary tanks. What? Oh, do you need attention? Hold on. Someone wants attention. Oh, come here, you. Will you purr into the microphone again? No, you don't want to purr right now? Okay, well, my cat wants attention real quick, so I gotta give her some scratches. There we go. Is that better? Is that better? Oh, you want to watch what I'm doing? Don't play with my headphones. You trying to get down? You trying to get down? Down that way? It's kind of an awkward position for you. There you go. All right. Let's undock. This one. Undock. RCS on. Push away. Okay, RCS off, docking mode off. Close this up. So, crew transfer, fuel transfer, everything we've demonstrated we can do it with the shuttle. That's great. Now we need to be able to we need to be able to get the shuttle back down. Otherwise, this is all for nothing. Let's point retrograde. Oh, hold on. I was about to say, that's not retrograde. Let's control from the cockpit. There we go. Let's point retrograde. And we're going to drop our orbit down to the lowest we can get it. So before we went from kind of a higher orbit, because we didn't have any fuel. 100 for back to Kerbal, absolutely can do that. Remember, we have all of our monopropellant. And 100 meters per second is easily enough to do this. So I'm going to get all the way down to like 71. We're separating from the station. We get into this lower orbit. Now we lower our apoapsis to about the same position. And we're not even going to use all of our fuel for this. We'll use most of it, but we won't use all of it. 73 and 70 is about as low as we can go here, realistically. There is... Where is... Kerbal Space Center is back there, so we're going to make a couple revolutions in this low orbit. Get it to the daylight side, because I want to land during the daylight. Also, we should have had our solar panels up. Okay. We've made a mistake, but we can recover from it. Let's go prograde here. Or let's stay retrograde. One more orbital pass will top us off, and then we'll go for the landing. There we go. Okay, time to go for the landing. So we're going to start early. Right? We're going to start like way over here. And I'm going to use this opportunity to burn my main engines and drop us out of orbit. And we went for 55. That was too much. So we're going for 60. Maybe 58. We've got just a little bit left in the tank. I'm going to keep the solar panels on until the exact last second. Communications array's already in. Okay, so our batteries are fully charged. We'll go ahead and retract these now. I'm going to go stability assist. We're going to go flat. In fact, lock radial out. We're going to have it just target radial out. And the goal is to shed as much speed possible. Get down below 200, get below 2,000 meters per second before we hit the thick atmosphere. That is our goal here. So we're going to take it broad because I want to minimize reheating and I need these canards to work if I'm going to land this. There's our flag down there. How nice. Battery's holding nicely. Periapsis is dropping. Apoapsis is dropping. Speed is dropping. We're maintaining comms as we pass through the upper atmosphere. We haven't hit that kind of plasma sheath region of the reentry yet. We're still just knocking away individual atoms, basically. We are suborbital at this point. Periapsis is low enough now. And apoapsis is fully below. So we are captured. But even as early as we started that landing sequence, it's not early enough. We should have started it earlier. Can you believe? Let's turn RCS on to assist with the SAS. Yep, we're going to need RCS at this point to keep us in this kind of pancake orientation. Speed is bleeding off nicely here, and we're just now getting the worst of the reentry heat. But our temperatures are looking better. Those canards are still my top concern because we need those to land. We have plenty of electricity, we have plenty of monopropellant, and we are able to keep our nose up and keep our attitude under control. We're already at 1,300. It looks like we've survived the reheating, or the reentry heat, which is good. So let's see about flight. Can we fly the vehicle? Can we control the vehicle? It looks like the answer is still a no. It's still a no, folks. Let's go out of ×4. ×4 starts doing weird stuff to physics. We are able to control the nose. Can I do it without RCS though? Yes. All right, so we're flying. It can land. It can land. The problem is we just way overshot the runway. But I can pitch the nose up. Slowly. Slowly, but I can pitch the nose up. See, I'm pitching the nose up. Now, eventually, we'll hit some stall speed where this won't pitch the nose up anymore. One thing we can do, we can add back that second elevon. But see, look. Glide. We're gliding, baby. We're gliding. Can we do a water landing? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Can we do a water landing? Or pilot it towards that island, maybe? I'm trying to think what our options are. I think island would be a no-go. I'm going to keep the gear retracted for now. The other thing we could do is add air brakes. But I think the drogue chutes are probably sufficient. Let's kill some altitude, gain some airspeed. I have the fuel. All right, look. I've got 64 meters per second of delta V in fuel. That's a very short burn on the engine. And this is the distance I need to go. We'll use the fuel, but only as much as we're going to use the fuel to get rid of the fuel. I think with a couple of tweaks, we can get this to be fully functional. But even all the way down to 88 meters per second, I'm still able to control it. Which is good news for me. Let's burn the rest of my RCS. We're pitched down too far. I mean, it's kind of a landing. All right. We're so close, gentlemen. We're so close to making this fully operational. We're so close. Here's what's up. It's kind of success. Any landing you can walk away from, and Jebediah is still alive, so you know that's cool. But I don't think that's quite what we want to have happen there at the end. So here's where we go into the fine-tuning, right? It's very close. One thing we can do is shift our center of lift forward, right? Shift it forward, give us a little bit more authority control. The only other thing that was an issue there was, was just when we re-enter the atmosphere. And that's just something that I need to practice with this. And I knew that from the beginning. So the control of the plane, which we've shifted the wings forward slightly, should help. And then also just the... Come on. No, come on. Come on. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my goodness. Okay, screw it. It's going there. We're going to rotate it. We're going to manually put it in place. And it's all not snapped. Start over. Oh, now it wants to go on? There we go. Okay. Let's just get this lined up now with the other elevator. And then I think, can we adjust the limit of this? Authority limiter, right? Don't have that roll. Don't have that yaw. Don't have that pitch. I think that's all that needs to be changed there. Go back to Rocket Editor. Our profile looked really good. Let's make a couple more changes here. Scoot these farther up the nose a little bit. So, you know, with this kind of thing, the concept is already close enough. Now we just need to fine tune it to make it better. That's all we're doing. And then I guess one other thing we could do if we really want to stretch what the plane can do is we just give it just a little itty bit more fuel. Right there. So I just added this tiny little extra fuel tank. Barely even worth noticing. Very small, very demure. All right. Should we try it again, everybody? Should we try it for real this time? So here's my thought. We've got Kerbal and Samlin, these new scientists, which brings us up to 5 total scientists, including Bob, Hayden, and the Daphne. Yeah, why not more fuel, right? It doesn't hurt to bring more fuel. Let's also, just for the sake of looks, I'm going to add an extra strut here. Extra set of struts. Just to really make sure that I've got this thing down. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Let's save this. And let's put a crew member on board. So we've added a little bit of extra fuel. And I'm taking Kerbal and Samlin Kerman up. We're bringing Daphne down. So that's the plan for the mission. I did add some more fuel, and this fuel tank is full. Don't worry. That has already been corrected. That issue was already corrected. Full, 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 full. Everything's full. This is full. We're all full. It's great. I did add more fuel. This tank right here, I added this tank. We're just adding just a wee little bit of fuel. We're not adding a whole like massive booster to it. I guess the other thing we could add, and this thing is still under 30,000. Undo that. That's not what I wanted to have happen at all. We could add some launch supports and then lower this down a little bit. There we go. Nice, that looks good. I did add fuel, don't worry. Is there anything else really that we want to add? Launch clamps, yeah. Launch supports, launch clamps, you know, potato, it's all the same. Oh, you know what did get deleted is our runway lights. Let's add those back. Yeah, those are fun. I like those. I guess we could add another drogue chute, maybe. 2's probably fine. 2's probably enough. Yeah, I'm nitpicking now. I'm nitpicking. Let's just launch it. This one is... This launch is the real launch of the shuttle. We'll call it. This is the quote-unquote real launch. We've demonstrated that the ship can do all the things that I need it to do. And now we just have to do them all in order correctly. That's the challenging part. right. Since we added the launch clamps, let's add them to their own stage. SAS on. We've got a full crew. Jebediah piloting with Kerbal and Samlin riding in the back. And launch. Roll. Pitch. Initial vectors all look good. Let's throttle down from the initial launch ratio here. It does launch super well. Let's go prograde, throttle down some more. Let's take our apoapsis now. There we go. Beautiful. Maneuver. We're at a 3-degree inclination. Let's correct that now while it's cheap and easy to do. Try and keep it at 0 inclination or near 0 inclination. We're at a 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. 0.1's good. We'll let it sit there. Everything else is looking really good right now. Thrust to weight ratio 1.46, keeping it right about there. Try to put thrust to weight ratio at 1.5. It's most efficient. That's not like that's a good rule of thumb, and that's about what I'm targeting, but it's not actually necessarily true all the time. Like most things, it depends. But about a 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. You can be a little higher, a little lower. The higher you go up, the lower thrust to weight ratios tend to be better. So like now I'm going to target about a 1 thrust to weight ratio because I've already gotten all the boost up I need, and now I'm just trying to slowly push apoapsis up here. And that's all I'm trying to do with that. So right now my thrust to weight ratio here is pretty good. Booster separation barely clears the engine bell, but it does clear the engine bell, so we're fine. I can throttle up. Sticky keys again, thank you. Keep about that 1 thrust weight ratio for the remainder of the flight. Kerbal and Samlin are enjoying their time up here so far. And again, we're gonna try and call this mission the one we're doing it for real. So I'm gonna use a quick save before reentry, but other than that, we're not gonna revert the flight. If we die on the reentry or we miss or overshoot, then that's where we'll use the quick save because we're practicing that reentry. But otherwise, this is the real deal flight here. Where is our target? Research station Omega is right there. Our inclination looks good. 0.2, which is fine. That's definitely close enough. We could go a little north. And try and edge that up just a little bit. Because it looks like their inclination is also slightly north. Burn's still looking good. Again, we're just keeping it nice and calm here. Nice and calm. Ultimately, I want to try to get my apoapsis over there. Which does involve a slower, longer burn. So it's not as exciting, but it's controlled and it's nice and it's good. So while we're at it, we're going to go ahead and roll the vessel and extend our 2 solar panels. And extend our antenna. That's orbit achieved. Oh, oh, oh. Apoapsis got a little away from us there. Uh-oh. All right. Retrograde. Uh-oh. We made a mistake. It's okay. We had extra fuel. And we've demonstrated we can do this with RCS thrusters. Okay. We have 53 meters per second. Delta V. Maybe not quite as efficient as that last launch. That's fine. Let's go prograde. All right, so we're back in orbit. Our engine is fully out of fuel. That's fine. We're not supposed to use the engine from this point forward. So what we're going to do instead is enable RCS, raise apoapsis this way. It's way, way farther than 30 to 60 degrees before the Space Center. It's probably closer to 150 to 160. Like, if this is the Kerbal Space Center, we probably want to start hitting the atmosphere back here because we're going to take this very slow approach. Or maybe, like, farther back here. And that's what we're going to do with the quick save. Is we're going to do multiple runs at different starting angles or different starting positions and see what like landmarks we can use to say, okay, above this peninsula, I need to start coming down. We're burning monopropellant to get to the research station's orbit, and then we are slightly behind, so I'm actually going to leave it at that. 120. We're going to start catching up with the station here. Slowly. Quick save after decoupling from the space station. Yeah, pretty much. Or I'll quick save once we've adjusted our orbit down to the minimum orbit. We'll call it our initial re-entry orbit, which will be the 71 kilometer orbit. Okay, so at this point, they will be ahead of us. So let's adjust our intercept to here and get it nice and close. 40, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 3.1. So we'll go for that intersect. Switch to our target frame of reference. Relative velocity of 29.7 at time of intercept. Let's go about here. 2.7, 2.6, 2.5, 2.4, 2.3. All right, so we're getting our intercept a little closer here. Burning some monopropellant, but that's okay. I know, 150 to 160 degrees is almost halfway around Kerbin. That's how long it takes to slow down when we start hitting the atmosphere at such a shallow grade here. Okay. Nice and slow approach. All right, we're nearing our CPA with the station. Everything else is going to be done via live view here. So let's flip to retrograde. A little far away, we're going to have to burn a lot of RCS, a lot of monoprop here. A little fast on this intercept, which is unfortunate, but we'll make it work. 13, 12, 11. Yeah, that's why I'm okay burning this. This was not a nominal intercept. So we'll go ahead and lock on. Okay. I don't know why the vehicle decided to flip orientation like that as soon as I hit time accelerate, but okay. Let's point back at the station. And again, it just like resets for some reason. That's fine. Whatever. I don't even care. It's not so simple, my friend. If only it were so simple. No, unfortunately, it's actually far more complex than that. And we have to make constant minor adjustments because we are in orbit. And orbital mechanics are not so cut and dry as point, accelerate, and drift. Our orbits are still different. Even though we're trying to match them, our orbits are different. And because they are different, what is straight at one point, as we both orbit, those we're kind of drifting apart, and so I might be moving towards him at one angle, but as we orbit, I'm actually going to start moving away from him. So instead, you could. It's what you said, except I'm doing it 5 or 6 or 7 times. It's not so simple as just do it once. You have to do corrections. The faster you do it, the fewer corrections you have to do it, because the faster you're going, the less time the orbit has to interfere. However, I'm trying to save fuel because we are a little low on monoprop. And we can obviously top off once we get to the station, but I don't want to be super aggressive with it. Let's go ahead and prep the docking clamp. So it's not Jebediah's finest approach, but it's functional. We're drifting very slowly. We'll control from here. And then I want to orient the ship. All right. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. All right, we're going 0.8 meters per second, closing in 28 meters away from the station. We are almost lined up. In fact, we are quite nearly lined up. It appears as though we're lined up, but before we close the last gap, I think I've done my job properly. But before we close the last gap, we'll slow down a little bit. There we go. All right, that's close enough. Let's just get my velocity vector lined up on the target. And kind of off at a bit of a weird angle. We'll turn RCS off and let the docking clamp connect. There it is. All right, so we've made it. Good news, we've made it. Bad news, we are almost out of monoprop. So we're going to do a couple things first. Let's transfer crew. So transfer crew. Sable, you're coming over here. And then transfer crew. Daffmore, you're coming over here. Transfer crew. Jebel, you're coming over here. All right, so now we have, and we can open up the interior overlays to see where all the Kerbals are. We have Sable, and, well, hold on, let's just go. Here, we have Jebediah in the cockpit. We have Daffmore sitting in the shuttle. We have Sable and Jebel sitting in the lab. So that all checks out. You can see our Kerbals in there, in all their little seats, which is awesome. Second thing, let's get these tanks, shall we? Pull from our smaller additional monopropellant tanks first. And then we'll pull from the central tank next. So we've got all of our RCS, our monopropellant, filled up. And that about does it as far as operations with the station, right? We'll sit here docked for a few more minutes and let the Kerbals here, all the guys, socialize, stretch their legs, prepare for the return flight, do some final checks on the ship. Maybe Jebediah will EVA and do a little inspection. Turn his flashlight on. And we can do a little in-flight inspection of our shuttle, which is looking good. And of the mobile processing lab that makes up the bulk of our station here. I do think we're going to add some more modules in the future. We could add a hitchhiker storage container to it and give it some more crew capacity as an option. But yeah, I mean, it's a fully functional independent lab at this point, which is really all I want. Let's go ahead and get Jebediah back in his seat. Drift over here. Grab on, board the cockpit. Let's turn SAS on and stop wobbling around here. Okay, I'm going to control from here. Let's also start researching now that we have 2 scientists. We're doing it at a rate of 10 science per day, which is great. We still have 8 more experiments on board that need to be processed, so they'll be working on this for some time. We will quick save. Don't worry, I haven't forgot. But first, let's undock, turn RCS on, and push away from the station. Turn RCS off, switch out of docking mode, close our docking adapter, point ourselves retrograde without hitting the station, please, Jebediah. All right. We'll go ahead and extend our, not our antennas, our solar panels. We'll extend our antenna. Keep the batteries charged. Now we need to work on getting down from this elevated orbit we're in. We've got 121 units of monopropellant on board. So let's start by lowering our orbit. Just pick a side, any side, doesn't really matter. We'll go docking mode. Toggle RCS. And throttle down. All right, 140 and 150. $134, 3, 2, 1, 0. This might deplete a lot of our monopropellant just to get back down from orbit. I did burn a little bit more fuel than I needed to. And if I had saved that fuel, we could use it here instead. I don't quote me on this, but I don't need the monopropellant for the return. At least not all of it. I can save it, and since I have the extra battery capacity, I can use that battery capacity to better affect my reentry. Because I have the advanced inline stabilizer here in the center of the ship that can kind of muscle the ship in the right direction. Daphmore is still grinning with excitement. Jebediah is also excited, but maybe not quite as manically excited as Daphmore is. Daphmore is truly, like, pumped up about all of this. Alright, looks like it took about 45 units. We'll see once we get there. Okay, that's as low as I want to take it. Looks like it took us about 50 units of monopropellant to lower half our orbit. We'll see about the other half. It didn't take us 70. We started at 121 and we ended at 72. It's about 50. So we'll roughly end up with 20 units of monopropellant on the ship when we re-enter. Approximately. And that'll get us down to 70 kilometers. That's the lowest energy orbit I can be in, basically. Because we're all the way down at the bottom of the gravity well, just sitting outside the atmosphere. I'm going to have to do a second pass here. To lower it the rest of the way. I should anticipate being at about 20-ish, maybe less units of monoprop. So we'll use the monoprop at the very end of the flight, and try to avoid using it until we absolutely need it. Ideally, I'd like to save it until we're getting ready for the landing so that I can use it to keep my nose up and get a little bit more control authority. And that'd be just like the very end, as we're coming in for the landing, we can use it to pop the nose up a little bit. We're at 77, 75, 74, 73. My periapsis is also lowering again, so 271. We can go a little lower. We're about 20, so this is about where we started, right? And I'm going to save the rest, so let's turn off RCS. We're going to quick save. We've quick saved, so fear not. And now let's start looking at when we start our re-entry. When do we want to touch the atmosphere? I think that 60... the 60 kilometer starting altitude was good. I do want to... I want it to be a little bit more daylight over here. So let's start with just passing the crater island as our first waypoint. And see if starting our entry there is too early or too late. If it's too early, then we can go from there, right? But I've quick saved. We're topped off on charge. And we're now at the crater island. There we go. Point retrograde. We'll use our RCS thrusters to drop our apoapsis the last 10. $66, $65, $64, $63, $62, $61, $60. I think we took it down to 58 last time, so we'll take it to 58 again. There's sticky keys. I keep hitting shift. All right, RCS off. We've got 11 units of RCS to spare. Let's turn docking mode off. Shift to prograde. Actually, shift to radial out. Because we said we would do a belly flop. Keep the solar panels exposed. And then we'll go to our belly flop orientation. All right, that's our belly flop orientation. All right. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hold on. Wait till we hit atmosphere. So we hit atmosphere right about past these mountains if we start from here. Which, that's fine. Let's go line up. There we go. So belly pointing east. We've got sunlight on the solar panels. Let's go ahead and retract the antenna. We'll keep the solar panels out a little longer. I want to see if I can keep the SAS system engaged for longer. As we start our descent. So we've hit atmosphere. Starting all the way out here, we've hit atmosphere at about the mountains. And we have not really started decelerating yet. We're at 55 kilometers, periapsis and decreasing. EC equals 1050. What are you saying? What altitude are you going for? Oh, electric charge. Yes, electric charge does equal 1050. And is kind of topped off. And we'll keep it topped off for as long as we can. As soon as I start seeing some strain on the craft, we'll retract these. But if I can keep my charge up for longer, the better. And as soon as this starts to deflect. Okay, so that clearly was too late. Yeah, way too late. Okay, let's load quick save 8 and go back. We need to start that even earlier. Like all the way on the other side of the planet, we need to do our, yeah, like a 180 is probably what we need to do to get our correct attitude. All right, we're back at our minimum orbit. We'll do another pass. We'll do a couple of passes here because, again, I want the Kerbal Space Center kind of far over here. So let's try now right above this peninsula right here. So lock retrograde. No, not quite that far. Not quite that far, but pretty far. We'll start here. Because there's still some lag between us entering atmosphere or lowering our orbit to atmosphere and actually getting to atmosphere, right? So let's go down to 58 again. Because 58 seemed to work as far as survivability. And if we've done something that works, let's, try and repeat that. Sticky keys. Let's go maybe a little past. No, one variable at a time. 58. Good enough. RCS off. Radial out. Wait till the craft is nice and steady. Right about there. There we go. All right. And we hit atmosphere. If you hit shift key a bunch of times, it's a Windows prompt that'll come up and be like, hey, you've hit shift a bunch of times. Do you have an issue with your keyboard or something like that? And it's never, ever because I have an actual issue with my keyboard. Oh, hello, kitty cat. Do you need more attention? Is it dinner time? Do you want some dinner? All right, let me crash this shuttle into the ground really fast, and then I will get you some dinner. All right, 4 times time warp. Solar panels are still out. We're coasting over the crater now. Periapsis is dropping. And we're going to travel a good chunk of Kerbal. Cat. Hi. Hi, you. Do you want some attention? Do you need some attention? Oh, you are going to purr in the mic. Good girl. Okay. You want to sit in my lap? No? Okay. Bye. Show the car. I don't have a webcam that works right now, so unfortunately I can't. It is here. It's making noise down here. Hi, kitty. Good girl. All right. What? You want more love? I'm already petting you. I'm petting you with one hand. I can't pet you with both hands right now. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I can't pet you with both hands. I'm trying to keep track of this thing. Hold on. Wait, will you hold on for 1 second? All right. Let's go ahead and retract the solar panels before they get damaged. So keep an eye on the electric charge. We've got a lot of electric charge. Okay, that's the first hints of thermal heating. All right, we're going to go to 3 times time acceleration. Ah, see, so we're short now. We're short now. See that? We're short. And we're not going to be able to glide over those mountains. And we lost a canard. We're going to lose 2 canards. RCS isn't making a difference. How badly is this going to throw me off having 1 canard? Oh, actually. We're looking good again. We're looking good all of a sudden. All right, so we lost a canard. Maybe I could have done some rolling to help mitigate that, but we might be able to get it down on 1 canard. Let's go stability assist. And we're going to do big turns, big turns. We're still very high up in the atmosphere. And this is where that glide slope really starts to factor in. And become a thing, right? Like, I could try gliding down. But we're still, like, hot. We're still hot. This is a lot closer. Like, we're coming down over. But I really want to be, like, I want to be here. So we need to start even farther away. And we're not out of the woods on heat yet, either. In fact, it feels like I can't pull up at all. I don't have a whole lot of RCS left to spend here. Oh, well, there's your problem. There we go. My elevators... I was still in docking mode. Gosh darn it. Okay, now I have control authority. We might be able to land this. And I say we might. Because it is a might. It's not a guarantee. But we've got a plane that is responding to commands. We've got a runway. And we've got Jebediah Kermit. Alright, we're going to quick save here. This is going to be quick save 9. Let's turn. We've got the altitude to bleed off here. And Jeb just might make this work. We're going 130 in a dead glide, so we need to make every second of this glide slope count here. The plane is semi-controllable. I say semi, and I mean semi. It's responding to control inputs, but it is it glides like a brick, it would seem. It's actually not too bad. I think if we set this up right, we could come in for a near perfect glide slope. Depends on my skills as a pilot here more than anything else. More than anything else I've ever done, my skills as a pilot will come into play here. I want to wait to deploy the landing gear until the last second, if possible. Let's go ahead and light it up. I've got runway lights. Gear is down. We're a little right of the runway, but we should come up and kind of line up with it here shortly. We're looking good on alignment. I think we're going to do this. It's not too late for us to fail, but it's certainly not too early for us to succeed. Holy cow, folks, we did it. We recovered a shuttle. We actually recovered the shuttle. We took off over there. Went to a space station, swapped out a crew, refueled, entered the atmosphere. To be clear, we entered the atmosphere here. We have been barreling through the atmosphere for almost a whole rotation of the planet. Wow. We did it. We are on the ground, safe and sound at Kerbal Space Center. All right, that's it. The Eagle shuttle, 100%. 100% works. We'll figure out what happened with that canard, but it's fine. We had the other canard. We might not even need canards. You know, we adjusted the wings too. The canards might be, you know, superfluous at this point. Who knows? But that's not important. What's important is we did it. This thing is on the ground. And it was actually a relatively smooth land. Like, of all the vehicles that I've landed in a plane orientation, that landed exceptionally smoothly. Let's go ahead and recover our shuttle here. She's a proven, it's not just a proof of concept, it's an operational shuttle now. No longer a prototype. We have a shuttle and we know how to fly it. We know the operational envelope that we need to put it through to get a safe landing back at the Kerbal Space Center. And it's got not a terrible glide ratio. It's not a glider, that's for sure. What do you want? Are you hungry? Yeah, okay. I'm going to take a quick pause now that we've brought that shuttle back. 19,000 recovered from parts. So the full value of the shuttle has been recovered. We swapped out our crew on the space station. What a mission that was. All right. We'll look at our contracts and we'll pick a new contract as soon as I come back. Just bear with me for 1 second. All right, I'm back. Took care of that real quick. All right, we are successfully complete with that mission. Let's go take a look at our Eve mission and our Sentinel mission that we have out. We do have 2 probes in flight. I want to just check in on them, make sure that they're still, that we haven't like missed anything yet, and just touch base, make sure that, oh, you know, we're not gonna overshoot anything. Let's see. KSP Eve Voyager. Yeah, so it should intercept way over here. The Duna Voyager still keeping a good comm signal. It's a weak comm signal, but it is almost opposite side of the solar system, so, you know, that's fine. And then what's our other one? The KSP Overwatch. We need to get down to here, so that's in 98 days, it looks like. So plenty of time. We have 98 in-game days to do some missions before our next, like, probe thing needs to be taken care of. That's in a good long time. Good long time from now. Definitely long enough we can do some like min-miss missions. We can update all of our satellites as they need to be updated. Science data from surface of min-miss. Can do that. Science data from surface of the moon. We can do that. Detect 3 comets with a Sentinel infrared telescope. We can do that. And that one will just happen passively, same as this one. These two we can do really quickly. This one is in progress. We just need to get the satellite actually in orbit of Eve. And then it wants me to plan another Duna mission, but we've still got some time before Duna comes around for another window to transfer. So yeah, we'll start with the science. So science from the surface of both moons. We have probes on the surface of both of those moons that are available. And I think it's about high time. The next opportunity we get, we're going to launch another mission to the moon. Because we have some new experiments that I want to launch. Let's get rid of all that noise. So, the moon, we have a couple of landers already there. This one, Lunar 1, is the lander. It's got some basic scientific equipment on board. Kind of it's a first gen lander. But we can absolutely get some stuff out of that. Lunar 1. Yep. It's like one of the early... I think I launched this during the first or the second live stream. This is early on. Very early in the playthrough. And all we got to do... These contracts are super easy. Because the contract is to collect, transmit, or recover scientific data from the surface of the moon and of min-miss. So Lunar 1, right, has a barometer and a thermometer, and I can just transmit. Oh, not enough electric charge. Hold on, let's recharge the batteries real quick. Transmit. And that is one mission. Then let's go out to min-miss. Focus view on min-miss. We have a lander, in fact, on the surface of min-miss. Where is it? There it is, min-miss Voyager. Switch to this guy. Yeah, the only thing that's fast is the reactions. Those pop up immediately for me. But text itself is slow. Okay. Log pressure data. Transmit that. Oh, we don't have a comms vessel in range. Let's log temperature data. Keep. Wait for somebody to fly overhead and get a connection. No? Nobody? There we go. Transmit that. Boom. So that's done. And we can go back to the Space Center. So we've knocked out 2 contracts. That's free money right there. Those are probes that have been there for ages. And we're still getting good data from them. Now, what I would like to do in the future is have a probe on kind of everybody. So Duna, Eve as well. And we can just drop a probe on those. And then whenever they want science data from Duna or Eve, we just click transmit in the first available comms window, and boom, science data collected successfully. Easy peasy, and we're at 1,000,000 bits. So we have enough money now. We can do some stuff with it. I'm getting kind of tired of rescuing people from orbit. I can't do a Duna Stone yet. I mean, we could accept this, but it's a little early to be accepting contracts like this. And I don't really want to do a big manned Duna mission, at least until we have nuclear propulsion, and really until we have, like, improved nuclear propulsion. So another 800 science. We could do it after 800 science, because that would give us the candle. Nuclear engine has low thrust, very lightweight, ideal for small probes. Integrated radiator. While its nuclear fuel burns down like a candle, lasting 60 years, the engine should not be used as a birthday candle. No, which one was it? Not very. This one? The liquid core reactor engine. That would be either the Timberwind or the liquid core one. Neutral and reducing liquid monopropellants depending on unlocked fuel technology. Includes a thermal electric power generator which runs on energy from the decay of its nuclear fuel. Yeah, this would be a cool one. The Timberwind. We also have the metallic hydrogen rockets. They're kind of cool. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things. Nuclear power. We could make a really cool ship. Orbital assembly as a whole concept would be super neat. Anyway, but that's still kind of in the future. What we can do is send probes to different planets as the windows open up, which is what I intend to continue to do. We've maxed out our tracking station. Right, let's go back to the research and development. Were there better antennas ever come up again? I guess automation is the last one because that gives us the RA100. And that has like real range. The other option is we make a comms network to stretch out our range. We could release... Actually, you know what? Maybe we should. Should we build some comm satellites? It might be time. We have those larger relay satellites that are available to us. And we could put a couple in geostationary orbit. And then just have large relay satellites, or even push them out beyond Kerbal. Like we could push them out to like past the moon orbit. I have 300 million delta. 300 million meters per second of delta V. That's a lot of meters per second of delta V, my guy. That's a lot. Some would call that a relativistic amount of delta V. Yeah, let's build a comms satellite, shall we? Comms constellation. So we're gonna use the Propidyne HECS. Not gonna use the Octo 2. And this is gonna be pretty bare bones. We're gonna put the relay dish on it. And I'm gonna see if we can do multiple in a go. Can I put separators on these? No, cannot. Well, we could do a really funny looking rocket. Oscar and a couple of spiders. And then we just need electrical, which can take the form of 3 solar panels that'll extend like that. I mean, that's a comm satellite right there. What more do you really need, right? 3 batteries. And even that's kind of questionable if you really need that or not. I mean, that's it. That's like as basic of a ComSat as it gets. But I would like to be able to launch these more than one at a time, right? So what if I go over here, we go sub-assemblies. Can I click and drag this whole thing? Oh, no, I can't. Okay. Pods. Can I make this the main part somehow? No? Of course not. Alright, well, we gotta do this the silly way now. See what you're making me do, game? You're making me do things this silly way. It's too far in. Come back out. Right there. There we go. Well, hold on. Coupling. No? No, you won't let me do that? What about the fuel tank? Oh, there we go. You'll let me do that, won't you? There we go. Okay. Okay, see? Now you'll let me do stuff. Alright. I don't want to detach them like that, though. But we can go over to sub-assemblies now. And drop this in as a self-contained satellite. Yeah. Sat. It's real basic. I don't think I'm missing anything on that, though. It should function normally all on its own at that point. So this will be the bus of our satellite launcher. And we'll have coupling. No, payload. We'll have a payload fairing. We'll build out the fairing here in a second. Let's have a modular structure in here. That's too big. No, you're too big. You're too big. Could we offset it, maybe? Yeah. Okay. So hear me out. We offset this over here. And then we attach... I kind of wish I had a smaller attachment node. What about this? No. Not that. This is kind of the smallest one, huh? I mean, we can make it like 50% smaller like that. And that works. And then I guess we could do this. And have 3 satellites like that. And if we go subassemblies, ComSat. We can theoretically attach it there. And then we rotate you like that. And then across. See what I'm saying? That still sticks out of the fairing quite a bit. But then we take this whole thing and we repeat. Like that. See? See what I'm saying? I don't know. What the heck, man? Yeah, we could do this the silly way. I don't know. I don't know if that's reasonable. Command and control. We're gonna need some command and control. Let's adjust this again. Shoot, dang it. I just adjusted this. Build fairing. All right. How far out does this need to go? It needs to go real far out. Is it... Can it go out far enough and encase them all? I mean, it can. So that's good to know. All right. So this is going to be... This is going to look dumb. And I acknowledge that it's going to look dumb. Because we have to just... this balloon of a fairing up here. And that's pretty stupid. Yeah, like it's pretty dumb looking. I don't know, man. That's like the best I could think of. We got a stabilizer on it, so that's, you know. Because the other alternative is we'll launch them one at a time. But these antenna dishes, they're just so freaking big, dude. This is just gonna look stupid. I think I got the center of mass. It's mostly lined up. It should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. We'll make it work. Let's add our... favorite combination of stages. With a little bit of extra in a kick stage, and then I can go to my subassemblies and do this guy. We'll do 3 of them. Add a little structural supports. Nope, wrong place. Nope, wrong place. Okay, I think that's good enough. Does it look dumb? Yes. Yeah, it looks real dumb. But I think it'll get to orbit. This is the crazy thing, is I think it'll work. We'll get these up. I didn't actually look at how much this cost me. It's probably not much more than 50 or 60,000, which is fine. It's not going to cost a ton. And these will be worth having up there. It's taking a long time to load. There we go. Yeah, it only looks mostly retarded. I didn't check my staging, which is shame on me. However, I did remember to check my staging before getting any farther, so that's a win. Let's get these figured out. Hold on. These should be in their own stage, and these should be in their own stage. These three are going to go on their own. We'll deal with those individually. We're going to manually stage those. We're not going to use staging for those. Throttle up. Launch. And yeah, it's fine. We're going to fly this. We're going to fly this manually. Because it's giving me problems. Already giving me problems. Alright, I think it's a stability thing. I think our payload is wiggling up there, and we need to add some struts. That's what it felt like with the controls and the response, is it felt like the payload was shaking around in there and was not stable. So I'm going to throw a couple struts in there to try and tie it down a little better, because I think that's the problem. It's probably also that our mass is still offset, which we can fix a little bit by adjusting this. That looks a little bit more central. Okay. That's a start. Let's go structural. Let's tie that one down. Let's tie that one down. And then let's tie this one down. Alright, so it's a little bit more rigid. We got some struts in there to hold them tight. One per satellite. It really is all we should need. And let's launch them. And this whole thing only cost me $40,000. $40,000 to deploy 3 communication satellites in a high orbit is pretty good. Really, when you think about it, this is actually a great investment. It's a great idea. And I'm a smart person for having it. And I'm not a dumb person for how I have my fairings set up. And you can't criticize me for being cost effective, okay? You can't criticize me for that. It's a cost effective measure we're taking. Please don't criticize me. I can't stand criticism. I will cry. You'll make me cry. Please let this work. Okay, SAS on. I gotta fix the staging again. No! Alright. That goes there. That goes there. These 3 go in their own stage. This goes in their own stage. And this will go in its own stage. Oh, and these need to go here. There we go. All right, throttle up, launch. Still some slight deviations, but that's already more controllable. And I'm having less issues with it, so I think it'll be okay. I'm going to have to fly this manually and carefully. Damn it. All right. We got to figure out a different way to do this. Who's criticizing you? I can feel your judgment through the screen. No one's saying anything, but I can feel the thoughts. I can feel the thoughts coming towards me, and they're all negative. It doesn't matter. This isn't gonna work. The weight distribution is just too much. I wish there was a better way. We'll keep the base of this rocket as is. I'm gonna get rid of this fairing for now. I wish there's a better way to do this. I mean, we could push this all the way over. And that center of mass looks pretty good. It really does, for the most part, look about right. Can we scoot this down a little bit, maybe? Okay, well, at least one person isn't criticizing me, and I appreciate that. Am I too far over now? It feels like it's just not making that big of a difference. Maybe it's the fairing shape. Maybe the fairing shape was being obnoxious too. Let's try a new fairing this time with better placement here. We should be able to get away with... Yeah, a narrower fairing. Let's go toggle snap. This is still a silly looking fairing, but it's not nearly as silly looking. Oh, you have a cat? Congratulations, fellow cat owner. Welcome to the club. I mean, that looks lined up, right? That looks lined up. What are some other things we could do for control? We could add other engines, right? We have, do these have gimbal? The thuds? It does. So we could have these, right? Hear me out. We put 3 of these bad boys on. I don't even think we need that much. But just a little bit might help. Right? Just a little bit. Let's go ahead and fix the staging here. Any other things we could do? I guess fins. Like, I haven't done aero in a while, but some aero to help control that would probably help. Just with stability. Thrust weight ratio is already fine. 3 cats. I've got 2 cats. I don't have 3 cats. 3 cats is crazy, dude. No, thrust weight ratio is like 1.6 almost. So it's fine. Give it a second to load up. I feel like we've made the necessary tweaks to get this to work. I've given it vernier rockets for additional vectoring control. So now there's quite a few rockets burning here. It's made it more expensive. Oh, but that definitely... Okay, that fixed it. It feels fine now. Okay, that's fine. We've fixed it. We've made the required changes to make it better. Looking good so far. Keeping it nice and steady here. Nice and steady. We're a little off. Inclination's a little off. I'm going to make a little adjustment to it now. Get inclination less than a degree nominally. 0.5. Oops. Time to shed the boosters. We were dragging a little extra weight than we needed to there, but that's okay. Now we're starting to see some instability, but it seems to be mostly controllable. Four hours into stream. Yeah, we are 4 hours in so far. We'll probably wrap it up after this mission. Also, I need to figure out where I want my final destination for these satellites to be. I think way out... Either we go way out past the moon, or we go geostationary. So Geosat 2 right here is geostationary, and we have one other geosynchronous orbit, Geosat 1. But we'll probably go out well past. How many hours do I plan? About 4 or 5 in a session. I really can't do more than that on the weekends. And then on a work day, like 3 tops. Okay, yeah, so the system is having to compensate for weight. And we're definitely seeing that. We could throttle down to help compensate for that. So it's wiggling, but it's not like too bad. Those are satellites. We'll go ahead and push. We're not going straight to a low Kerbal orbit. We're going to push straight up for a high Kerbal orbit. Now that we've gotten the fairing off and the bottom stage, though, this is flying rock steady. So apparently it's fine. I think we can get this out past the moon. High, yeah, definitely high Kerbal orbit. I mean, really, really high Kerbal orbit. Out here where, like, CurbSat KSP Satellite 1 is. We'll shoot for 20. Yeah, 20. Seems like a good target right there. Are we out of charge? Oh, son of a bitch. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No! We ran out of juice. Ah! It's 1 a.m. where you are. So you're, you'd have to be Canada, Europe? You're in Europe, right? Either Europe or Africa. Brazil, South America. I forgot about. I guess Brazil does stick out pretty far. So you're still on my side of the Atlantic. That's good. How do you like living in Brazil? Is it good living in Brazil? Can't complain. Kind of. You kind of like living in Brazil? Or you kind of can't complain? Kind of good? So-so. It's got its ups and downs. Have you lived anywhere other than Brazil? I guess that's the next question. Or traveled outside of Brazil? Alright, let's correct our orbit here. Again, our inclination's getting a little out. No? Okay, so you don't love it, don't hate it, but you also don't know any different, I guess would be the answer. Time to shed the boosters. There we go, right at basically 0. Alright, so we are going to do this again, but the difference here is that I'm going to deploy the solar panels this time. Or at least one of them. I don't need all the solar panels out, but I can extend these 2 solar panels, and that'll keep the batteries charged. Okay. So, YouTube puts ads on everything. Yeah, you'll have ads on live. I can actually throw an ad in right now. There's a button I can click. I never do. But there's a button I click to run an ad right now. So maybe I'll start doing that when I need to, like, use the restroom, is I'll run an ad and literally take an ad break. I'm sure everyone would love that. Okay, and 20. And this time we have solar panels deployed, so we won't run out of electric charge. So here's the real trick, is I'm going to try and station these satellites in 3 separate, evenly spaced out orbits. So I need to deploy one, then the next, then the next. And that's going to take some serious time. Or some serious fuel. And it will probably end up being serious time. Obviously, we can time warp, but, you know, we're 2 days in. That's 2 days just to get out to our final orbit. It'll take some time just to get these satellites into their individual orbits, and then any adjustments we need to do after that. It's a whole other process. So, for starters, let's get a circularized orbit here. And they don't need to be perfect, but I do want them to be close. Right, and now like to have a satellite out here in this orbit takes, days now. We're talking. Let's decouple the first satellite. We're going to switch over to it, extend the solar panels, activate its engines. So this satellite is fully functional on its own. Let's lock radial out to make an adjustment burn here. Seems like it can't tell what kind of delta V it wants to have. All right, now we go prograde. Is this pointing in reverse? What the heck? No wonder it's all jacked up. That was weird. Okay, I don't know why that was the case, but... All right, now I've got 2060, 2660. Final target orbit will be about 2050, 2060. So that is a satisfactory orbit right there. No nearby objects to focus on, so we've already drifted away too far from our bus, our satellite bus. 1, 2, 2 1s. Or is that 12 21s? You've got spaces between them, so I think it's 1, 2, 2 1s, but I don't know what that means. All right. Back on the satellite bus. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go retrograde. I want to get about a third of the way around the planet, which is about here. No, a little bit more. It's about a fourth. Yeah, about here is a third. Let's wait until right at apoapsis if we can. 4, 3, close enough. Oh, god fucking damn it. Oh, 12-year-old cat and 2 1-year-old cats. Oh, 1 2-year-old cat, 2 1-year-old cats. Gotcha. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. I see. What did I do? I did the thing again. Fail deploy on the other 2 comsats. We've got 1 comsat up. What thing? What thing did I do? There's no power. We have no power, man. And we've got no way of getting power either, which is the dumb part. Because our solar panels are retracted. And I'm not going to revert. That's it. That's game over, dude. Dang flabbit. All right, well, we got one ComSat out, so that's great, I guess. This is just debris at this point, so we'll get rid of that. That's space junk. That's a failed launch. Well, you know, it's not 100% loss. It's a 60% loss. We did get one satellite deployed. And that satellite will do some good for us. One, I'm pretty sure that satellite can reach out and communicate with our other vehicles. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't quite have that much range. But it'll help with communicating with other stuff in the system. So that's a plus, I guess. All right. Well, it's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Here's what we can do. Your Vizzy has run out of juice. Yeah, it's out of juice. I should have just put like a single, like the little solar panels, just a couple of those, slap them on there, and that would have been fine. It would have been fine. It would have been totally fine to have just a couple regular solar panels on there. I didn't. So this can be terminated. This one's still good. And it works. Right? And it actually is also able to reach out and touch KSP Overwatch, which is good. I don't know if KSP Overwatch is going to have the juice. I mean, hopefully it can bounce a signal off the other couple of relays. Oh, never mind. KSP Overwatch is getting getting signal from the Kerbal Space Center. It'll be fine. So comms is okay for now. All right, let's go to the lab. In this nest of signals that's flying by Research Station Omega, we're going to do two things here. One, let's see how much science they've accumulated. Theoretically, they've accumulated some science, right? Because they should be doing about 10 science per day. And a couple days have passed, and I could use some more science to unlock some cool stuff. Some sweet, sweet technologies. Start advancing up the high-level techs here. My cat is also sitting here. She's on the floor right now. She's, how old are you now? She's 1.5, she says. I don't know if it picks up her meowing. Hey, can you meow for me? Oh, that was a very sad little meow. Thank you. Oh, big stretch, big stretch. Okay, back to the task at hand. So here we have our orbital space station. I should probably turn SAS on. Let's get it pointed at the sun, shall we? How much science does it have it on board? Actually, it's almost full at a rate of 8 science per day. Let's stop researching. Batteries are about charged anyway. Let's transmit science. And we're going to have to allow partial here. Oh, wait. Let's try again. Let's try again, but right at morning. I think I can do it in one orbital pass. Yeah. 494 science added. Great. Start researching. We can also add some more data to the pile. and we'll keep the rest. Can I rename the vessel? There it is. Providine HECS. Rename vessel. Research Station Omega. Keep the name. We're just going to make it an actual station, so it shows up as a station instead of a craft. But yeah, operations on Research Station Omega seem to be going smoothly for the most part. We've gone through a little bit of our monopropellant. We could make an addition to the station. You didn't hear the meow? She's pretty quiet down there. When she wants to be. Yeah. She wants attention. She likes scratches. Good girl. All right. Let's add to the station a little bit. I'm thinking we add some fuel to the station. A fuel tank would be good. But we will probably save that for the next live stream tomorrow. I'm going to turn in for today. But before we do, we've got 621 research, which means we can do 2 from this tier, 2 from this tier. High altitude flight comes to mind because this would enable us to do a shuttle, but using the Mark II components, which could be cool. High power electrics is pretty enticing because it gives us the big battery. It also gives us this cool rover body, the large thermal control system, fuel cells, which would be super nice because then I wouldn't run out of electricity all the time. Or we could start the trek on nuclear propulsion. So we have the Nerva solid core fission engine. What's its performance? 800 ISP of 800 seconds is really good. Lower thrust. So that's an interesting thing. There's also the Tory nuclear ramjet. We could do that. And that would put us one step towards some really cool stuff. But I think we're going to get the rover. The rover parts are going to be cool. We also get a basketball and a golf club. But we can build rovers on the moon and Minmus, which I think is worth it on its own. Specialized control would also be cool. But I think we'll wait on that. Advanced landing gives us the medium landing gear. But so far we've managed without the medium landing gear. So, advanced aerodynamics would give us better control surfaces and the air brake. And this one gives us the canard. So we could upgrade our Eagle shuttle with that. But we don't need that. Actuators gives us the clampetrons. And also the surface sample collection drill. Which is kind of tempting, because we could throw that on some probes. I don't know. There's a lot of options. There's so many options, man. So many options. We are going to have to start moving towards heat management. Because eventually we're going to be building, these kind of crazy engines. This tech tree is enticing because then we get to the Rapier, which I kind of want. But there's also some crazy hypersonic engines like the Wyvern thermal ramjet is kind of cool. So here's where it gets really crazy, right? Like we start getting up in the silly stuff up here. Once we get high energy nuclear power, we get the pebble bed reactor, and then we get to fission fusion hybrid molten salt reactors, the open cycle gas core fusion reactor, and then we get into proper fusion power. So the Stellarator fusion reactor and the tokamak, and then the magneto inertial fusion engine. That's where it starts getting crazy, dude. ISP. Of 5,000. 5,000, my guys. And then we get all the way up here. The Kerbstein fusion drive. I mean, at this point, we're talking about silly things. Exotic nuclear propulsion. Nuclear saltwater mixer. This mixer can fabricate nuclear saltwater. It consists of an array of secure vaults, each heavily subdivided with neutron dense. Advanced fuels. Nuclear saltwater rocket engine. Everyone said it could not be done, but Zuber and Kerbal proved it wrong. Avoid pointing this engine at anything you care about, as the super nuclear saltwater engine creates a continuous fission chain reaction in a nuclear salt and heavy water solution, emitting extremely radioactive exhaust. Consequently, it's not allowed to operate in Kerbal's atmosphere or low orbit at all, and in high Kerbal orbits, the exhaust must not be aimed at Kerbal's atmosphere. The engine runs on nuclear salt water, which can be mixed in advance from enriched uranium and heavy water, but can also be directly fed from onboard supplies of enriched uranium and heavy water. Experimental nuclear propulsion, open cycle gas core engine, and the nuclear light bulb closed cycle gas core engine. The closed cycle gas core engine, aka the nuclear light bulb, overcomes the limits of solid core nuclear thermal engines by allowing the reactor core to melt and vaporize, reaching a much higher core temperature and exhaust velocity. No radioactive material leaves the engine, though, as the vaporized nuclear hellfire is safely contained within 7 astonishingly fragile transparent quartz bulbs, which transmit the thermal radiation into the propellant and are the reason for the engine's lovely name. A sophisticated active cooling system around the fissioning nuclear plasma that keeps it from touching the walls prevents the quartz bulbs from spontaneously vaporizing. It does sound kind of scary, but as with everything in life, the coolness of the thing is proportional to the danger. What about the open cycle? Open cycle gas core engines confine the nuclear fuel in gaseous form away from the nozzle and core walls, allowing a much higher core temperature and specific impulse than solid core nuclear engines, which can only operate below the melting point of their structural components. In this spherical counterflow toroidal design, the fissile fuel is maintained in hydrodynamic confinement, allowing roughly 0.25 to 1% by weight of the nuclear fuel to escape with the propellant. Like the gas core reactor, the engine cannot operate while under the influence of acceleration, either from gravity on the surface or when accelerating at more than 0.2 Gs in space. Partially ionized plasma from the core is used to generate electricity. Magnetohydrodynamically, negating the need for an additional external power generator. Protests against the spread of gaseous radioactive fission products has led to a ban on operating the engine inside or pointing towards the atmosphere of Kerbal. Sheesh! Liquid core reactor engine. Liquid core reactor engines are similar to the open cycle gas core engine, but the fissionable core is nearly molten, not gaseous. A rotating solid cylinder that contains the fuel inside a high temperature fluid with a higher molecular mass than the propellant, where the induced centripetal force pushes the core outwards towards the wall. The inner cylindrical wall naturally melts at the high temperatures, but cooling on the outside of the cylinder ensures that the fuel does not melt through. Some radioactive products can escape to the propellant, leading to a ban on operating this engine inside or pointing towards Kerbal. And the Timberwind rotating fluidized bed reactor engine. The Timberwind rotating fluidized bed reactor engine is a high-performance particle bed fission reactor with a high thrust-to-mass ratio for nuclear engine. It can use several neutral and reducing liquid monopropellants depending on unlocked fuel technologies. It includes thermoelectric power generation, which runs on energy from the decay of its nuclear fuel. Yeesh. Yeesh, guys. I don't know. Seems kind of sus. We still have 300 tech points to use. I like the idea of the inflatable airlock for bigger construction. And then the other thing that comes with all the stuff in this mod is high energy physics, magnetic scoop. A magnetic scoop which can be used to collect charged particles from either solar wind radiation belts or from interstellar space. Phase laser aperture upgrade, diode laser upgrade, X-ray free electron transmitter upgrade, science lab upgrade. When do I get the science lab? Efficiency of science lab antimatter production of 1%. We can make antimatter in a science lab? Buzzard fusion engine upgrade, vacuum antimatter rocket, interstellar explorer. When do we get the science lab? Antimatter collector, deployable antimatter collector, fixed antimatter collector. Yeah, I know about that one. All-in-one ISRU. Fuel tank setups available: compressed air, ammonia, argon gas, carbon dioxide, deuterium, fluorine, helium, helium-3, hydrogen, krypton gas, methane, neon gas, nitrogen, oxygen, tritium. Yikes. Hellforge metallic hydrogen anvil. Ad break. Yeah, you should let her go outside. It's probably fine. Advanced science tech. When do I get the science lab? No. I want the science lab. When they say science lab, are they just talking about the mobile processing lab? Because it felt like they were talking about something else entirely there. Oh, here we go. Advanced Mobile Processing Lab. While the Mobile Processing Lab has been proven to be a powerful tool, initial tests have demonstrated some notable shortfalls, most notably a very small data storage capacity. JDI increased the lab's data storage and added even more tools into the cramped space. As a result, processing is slower but yields greater science returns. That's good. Crew habitat. Mobile Science Laboratory. What's different between this and this? I don't know. But this can generate antimatter? This can also do scans. Nuclear fuel reprocessing. Refinery mount. What? Dude, that's crazy. Exotic radiators, extreme heat management. Wrapped inline thermal receiver, graphene blanket radiator, graphene clover. Wow. Woo! That is some tech that we are not at yet. Let's tone it down a second. Let's bring it down a notch and focus on something a little bit more achievable. I think nuclear propulsion might be the answer. No, let's do actuators. I'm sorry. Let's do actuators and advanced aerospace. Let's start cleaning up the bottom of the tech tree here. And we can use those for future designs. I'm going to accept these. We're not going to do them right now. We'll do them in a future live stream, but I'm going to accept a couple of these. Explore Duna. Bring Duna Ejecta. Minmus Orbital Station. Gather deployed goo from Ike. Science data from space around Ike. Okay, yeah. We'll take those 2 adjustment missions for now and leave it at that. That's where we're going to leave the live stream today. We've gotten quite a bit done. One, we built our shuttle, and we're going to use that a couple more times for flights to and from our space station. That's really where that space shuttle is going to operate, is flights to and from the space station. Anything else, it would be just cheaper to launch. Cheaper and easier to launch a normal spaceship, a normal rocket. But our communications network has grown quite a bit. As you can see here, we've got many different satellites operating at many different frequencies and connections. And we've got deep space satellites way out there in the black, which is pretty cool to see. The Eve Voyager, you know, we could close out the Eve Voyager mission, right? We could close out these 2 probe missions. We launched these earlier. It might as well be time to close them out. And it's only been 3 in-game years, so, you know, like, we've made good progress, but we don't need to, like, do everything all at once. And we can give the science lab some time to process all the data that it's gone through. Because we still have, like, a full, it's still full of data that it hasn't finished processing. So it's going to take them some time to get through all that. Let's go to our Eve Explorer. So here's our Eve Explorer mission. Exact same satellite as the Duna Explorer. It's just on a different course. It should intercept Eve. It was supposed to intercept Eve. Did it already intercept Eve? Did we miss that intercept somehow? Be a real bummer if we did. What if we add a maneuver real quick? Let's do a maneuver. Other way. Point the other way, please. Come on. This thing is still heavy. It's got a lot of fuel on board. I do have a pretty intense thrust limiter on it as well. There we go. This thing's been in flight for 1 year and 262 days. And we can't time warp any faster than this. The other thing to watch out for is our... is it? There it is. KSP Overwatch there. Which is now at periapsis. We should be able to reduce its orbit. Let's go ahead and reduce its orbit while we've got a good signal to it. Switch over to it real quick. We'll drop its orbit down. Retrograde, please. Nearly at periapsis. Wait, no. Yeah. Okay. Thought I was taking crazy pills for a second. Okay. That is the orbit. So now we just need to map 6 asteroids. Which is great. Let's switch back to Eve Explorer and we'll time warp with that. I'm going to try and get a... try and get an intercept with Eve before we end the stream. I think we can accomplish that. I do. I think we can accomplish that reasonably. All other missions are on hold right now. The science lab is sciencing. We'll check back in with them periodically to transmit their science. And look, we've already mapped 3 of the 5 of the 6. Boom. Excuse me. We've already mapped all the asteroids we needed to map, so that's great. Let's do this. Oh, am I out of signal range? Oh, no! fully out of signal range on the Eve Explorer. Man, Eve Explorer was a bust. Eve's hard to get to for some reason. I don't know why. I might have to look at a YouTube tutorial or something. We might have to relaunch that satellite. Maybe we'll get it back. If we can get it back, you know, then we can recover it and push it onto an orbit. But if we can't get it back, then comm out. Yeah. Loss of comm signal. Unfortunate, and beyond my ability to control. That's the trick with these deep space probes, is you gotta have good comms. You gotta have good comms. And comms are tricky. What we might end up having to do is deploy a bunch of communications satellite in orbit above Drew, or not Drew, Kerbin. And then use them as relays, so have them in some sort of constellation orbiting as a series of relays to reach around the solar system. It might take like 5 satellites. Yeah, above Drew. So what I would be talking about here, because this is about the effective range, right? So we could even go beyond Duna's orbit, in between Duna and Dre's, and have like, you know, a ring of satellites in orbit up here, to where they can talk to each other. So each one is at its own max range to each other, and then each one is able, at least one of them is able to get a signal to Drew, but I don't know how you'd manage that, because even looking at, like, this is too far, and this is the very inner solar system. How do you get comms out to Jewel for an unmanned probe? Like, how do you manage that? Do you launch like one satellite and then 4 relay satellites after it, so that it links like a daisy chain of comms back to Drew? I don't know. I don't know how you manage that. Unless there's some tech. I mean, there is one more relay satellite we haven't unlocked that's like the big one. And maybe it has just this huge range and can really pop a signal out there. I don't know. Drez is like a KSP version of Ceres. Yeah. Not you. I don't know. Not me, that's for sure. All right, we'll check in with the orbital lab. We've given them a couple of months now to process the data we gave them, so we should have another batch of science to transmit. And then we'll end the stream here. Yeah, 495 science. That's great, guys. Let's wait for morning again. There we are. Stop researching. Transmit science. $80. $89. $100. Nice. All right, that's another batch of science down. We'll end the live stream here. We'll put them back on researching. And we can watch the science accumulate. There's the science accumulating as it rolls by. Already up to 11. Look at that. We can transmit a little bit more science while we're at it. Boop. And this one will go quick. See? Quick and easy. All right. Well, that's where we're going to leave the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in this long. Green Jay New Origins for sticking around the whole time. Crazy, dude. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will catch you in the next live stream. We will continue our adventures in Kerbal Space Program. Take care, everyone.